Oh, yeah. Now then. Can you dig it? Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. It's Untethered Live on a Friday night. I'm your host, Jake Johnson, and tonight is a chilled, laid-back conversation amongst friends. That's it. That's all. We're just going to chill out, talk, play a little music, whatever we got to do, have a little fun, get a little groove on, have a little enjoyment, get a gold star, John. John, you're first in chat. You get the gold star. Congratulations. Amanda says, here's your gold star. And hi, John. John says, how are you, Amanda and Jake? I'm fine. How are you? Thank you for asking. Little horse, it's been one of those weeks. Shows this week. +1. 6 shows this week. Wow. 1 day off. Amazing. Amanda says, hi, Untethered Live family. Good to see y'all. Happy Friday. I hope everybody had a good week. Hi, Jake. How are you tonight? Fantastic. I got a lovely, nice hot cup of coffee here. Delicious. This is a regular cup of joe. That's how I like it. Regular, straight up, unleaded. You know how it goes. Don't you want to have a cup of coffee with me and talk about the world? If you do, go to the kitchen, pour yourself a cuppa, and let's get a conversation rolling. If you don't have a cup, though, you can get one in the description below. I recommend the first one. It has my face on it. It is fantastic. However, there are lots of new options there to check out, including stainless steel tumblers, which have a locking lid and they hold your coffee for hours, nice and hot. They feel good in the hand. They're nice sized, so they get you a good 2-cupper in there, and they look great on a coffee table. And if you throw them at somebody, they'll leave a mark. So get one while supplies last. Also, a lot of other cool things in there to check out too. So go check the store out. The link is below. And there'll probably be a link in the description also. Like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box if you want to show a little bit of love. Throw a little clang-a-lang in my pocket if you want to. You can do that right there in the Cash App box. $ Jake Johnson Band for Cash App, or Super Chat, or paypal.me/JakeJohnsonBand. Many ways you can do that. You can send me a letter with a certified check. That'll work too. You don't have to, though. The options are right there for you. One more thing. if you want to have a place that you can hang out with everybody outside of the oppressive censorship of YouTube, outside of me reading all your texts and chats, if you want to have a place where you can share text chats, videos, and other things with people, you can do that at facebook.com/UntetheredLive family. The link is in the chat. It is a great place to hang out. It's brand new. It's got cool people, and we're getting there with content. So go check it out. Go show yourself. Make yourself availed and see what happens. I appreciate the patronage. And now, back to the show. All right. Amanda says, we're good, John. Tired. It's been a long week. How are you? It has been a long week. Been working my little tootie off. Worth every second, though. Had a lot of good push and pull this week. And John says, it is Friday and I'm getting confused. Or is it Friday? I'm getting confused. Yes, it's Friday. So just to recap, that's Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 6-day week. Yes, sir. That's a lot of hours behind this microphone. My voice is holding out, though, so far, but it's a little hoarse. Hopefully it'll last until Sunday. We'll see. But it is Friday all day long. And Amanda says, LOL, yes, it's Friday for us, Saturday morning for you. And John says, I just woke up from last night. You just woke up from last night? Damn, I wish I could sleep like that. Be snoozing logs over there, John. Need to send me your recipe. Amanda says, LOL, must be nice. I wish I could sleep like that. I think I just said that. Huh. John says, I just wish I was at work. I'm bored, so I sleep. Well, smart people don't get bored, John. There's a lot of things out there to learn. A lot of things to poke your eyes into and mind your business about. Go check something out. Don't let yourself get bored. Don't get complacent. Get busy. That's what my mama used to say. Smart people don't get bored, Jake. Get up and get busy. Find something to do. Find a problem and solve it. Find a question and answer it. It's a good practice. Or, sleep, which is always nice. I like sleeping. Amanda says, I hear you there, man. Dakota Wright says, hey, friends. What's up, Dakota? Nice to see you. Welcome to the show. John says hi. Amanda says hi. Dakota says, hey, John and Amanda. And Amanda says, oh, yeah, can you dig it? Yes, I can. With a shovel. Or a spoon. Why a spoon? Because you twit it hurts more. Name that movie. John says, I dig it. And Dakota says, my birthday is May 15. Well, happy birthday in May. I think it's April right now, so, let us know next month. But happy birthday. I'll be sure to sing your birthday song when your birthday comes up. Amanda says, cool, Dakota. That's over a month away, LOL. Right? It's just warming up. Just making sure we know ahead of time, Dakota says, yep. John says, I own the water. Doctor's orders. You're in a boat? Is that what you're saying? Are you drinking water? Are you mainlining it? What? Are you in a waterbed? What are we talking about? You're on the water, doctor's orders. I don't think doctors prescribe water as a general rule. I think they like cutting things out and medicating things. Water's probably the best thing you can do for whatever it is. Amanda says, check out this Facebook page. There's the link. Bill Bennett. Hello, guys. What's up, Bill? Aaron. How you doing, sir? Nice to see you. Whatever that says. Is that D. John? I can't read that. It's like either really tiny cursive or another language. I can't tell. But hello, message retracted. I can't read it if you retract it there. Whatever that name is. Amanda says, hi, Bill. And hi, Aaron. And Aaron says, hey, Amanda. Dennis Bigfoot's here. He says, hey, Jake. What's up, Dennis? Long time no see, my friend. Nice to see you. Amanda says, hi. Aaron says, Jake looks well today. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Been working my little patootie off, just Chug-a-lugga, chug-a-lugga. That's all I got something on my shirt. What is that? I got pollen on my shirt. Like a fingerprint. I don't see it with my eyes, but I see it through the camera. It's weird. Just overlook the pollen fingerprints on my shirt. Apparently, I touched something pollen-y. What? Yeah, it's a light reflection. Something. I don't know what it is. John says, I've got black elastic blinds. No coffee. That's terrible. Black elastic blinds. Over your windows, you mean? Well, you do draw a string and they just tighten up, close your windows up. But no coffee. You should have coffee. You should stop everything immediately. I'll wait. You go get some coffee. That's more important. Amanda says, remove that comment. Okay. Well, whatever that comment was, c'est la vie, mon ami. John says, hi, everybody. Dennis says, hey, Amanda. How you doing, Dennis? Been a while since I talked to you, buddy. How you doing? What you been up to? You been getting in any trouble lately? Been having a good time with yourself? I have been filming. Making waves. Good and bad. I guess that was the person with the weird name. You remove that comment? Is that what you're saying? I can't read what that name is. It looks like Aramaic or something. Or Farsi. Might be Farsi. Or really bad in cursive. Can't tell. Dennis says, doing dishes. Chat in a few. Okay. Well, wash them dishes. This is the way we wash our dish. Wash our dish. Wash our dish. This is the way I wash my dish. This is the way I wash my dish. Hey, Amanda, wash your dishes. Ooh, I'm in trouble now. Amanda says, yep, I removed his comment. Well, he shouldn't have made that comment. How about that? I don't know. I didn't get a chance to read it, but I'm sure you thought it was unpleasant. So out you go there, buddy. Yeah, I built this band hammer to stop those kids from playing ZZ Top. Amanda says, LOL, I'm going to get you. As long as you wash the dishes, you can get me all you want. Good gracious. So I was invited to go over to Caucasian Sasquatch's channel this afternoon, but I didn't have enough time to prepare for whatever it was they were going to be talking about, so I didn't get a chance to do it. But that was nice of him to invite anyway. You cook, I'll clean. How about you cook and clean, and I'll make the money and buy all the stuff? I like that better. But I'll cook if you want me to. You're a better cook than I am anyway. So cook ahead on. Mehmet Ali Kara says something in a foreign language. I don't speak other languages. This is America. We speak English here. Welcome. Speak English. Amanda says, ugh. Okay. Nothing changes then, LOL. If you want me to cook, I'll cook. Be glad to. I won't do it every day, but I'll do it. Take a load off every now and then. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I have a day off or something, I'll cook. John says, I'm cooking at the moment. Chicken nuggets. Literally me says, racism is wild, 𝕂𝕚𝕣𝕐. Well, imagine that. Imagine going into a room full of strangers and the first thing you think to say to introduce yourself is something about racism. Isn't that just the way we communicate these days? How about hello? That's a good start. Hi, I'm literally me. I like long walks on the beach and politics, apparently. Otherwise, what the hell are you on about? EA, what's up? Assalamu alaikum, says EA. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Shalom. Amanda says, hi, literally me. Welcome. And hi, EA. How you been, EA? John says, manners don't cost nothing. That's right. EA says, I'm fine, thanks. Excellent. Epic Storyteller says, hello. Hi, Epic Storyteller. Welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You seem to be good at it. Tell us something. I'm listening. I'm all ears. Cans. Amanda says, we had fried pork chops and mac and cheese and tater tots for dinner tonight. That was good. I like tater tots. I'm a tater tot kind of feller. Must be racist. I'm racist. That's why I like tater tots. Amanda says, hi, Epic. Welcome. Epic Storyteller says, I'm living in upstate New York looking for friends. Well, you found some. Welcome. We are a tight-knit community here at Untethered Live. We do a lot of things here. Tonight, we're just hanging out, chilling, talking. Whatever comes up, that's fine. Usually, we have a chill stream on Wednesday and a chill stream on Friday. Then we have a political night on Saturday. And then Sunday and Monday, we do Bible study. So you're welcome. You'll find something on one of those days that you like. You might not like all of it. You don't have to stay for the ones you don't like. Come on in and make yourself at home and introduce yourself to the friends. EA says, apart this channel, did you meet before in real life? Apart? Could you rephrase that? I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, EA. Who are you asking, did I meet before in real life? Aaron says, LOL, Jake, funny. Right on. I didn't bring it up. Somebody else did. But I figure if you're going to bring it up and throw it in my direction, I'm going to double down and be as racist as I can be. Because I don't have any scruples, and I certainly have no bashfulness about me. And if that's what you want to see, I'll do it. That's fine. I'm here to entertain. As long as people can handle it. But I personally don't think that's a good way to start a conversation, especially with strangers. As I was saying to our new friend, who was it? Literally me. EA says, if this community met in real life. Oh, yeah, we'd love to meet in real life. And some of us have. We got people that watch this show from all over the world, in every country that I've seen so far. All the major ones anyway, all the big countries. I don't know about the littler ones. But we've talked a few times about meeting up at various places. And if we get enough people interested in doing a meet and greet, we'll absolutely do one. It'll have to be something that we can control, something that'll be safe for everybody. Because there's a lot of people that want to meet, but they're strangers. So, you never know what you're going to get. So there'd have to be some kind of security and in a public place. But I'd be down for that. Aaron says, shots fired. Yeah, man. Amanda says, Jake likes shots fired. I do. I like it when it gets spicy. Andrew Gordon, welcome to the show. He says, I just joined to the first time. What's this channel all about? Okay. This channel is about everything, quite literally. We're untethered from the mainstream narrative. It's in the name, untethered from all things, untethered from religions, untethered from politics, untethered from communities, untethered from anybody that has a flag. We're just here. We're searching for the truth. So, on Sunday and Monday nights, we have a Bible study. It's an academic kind of thing. It's not very Bible thumpery. It's not like you have to wear a suit and tie and any of that nonsense. We just read and try and understand. So that's Sunday and Monday. Then on Wednesday, we have a chill stream. We just hang out and play guitar, talk. Whatever comes up, comes up. That's usually the way the show goes anyway. Friday, we do the same thing, another chill stream. Saturday, we lean in the political direction. I have a show called Politics on Saturday, and we talk about things vaguely in the direction of politics, and it goes all over the place. There's all kinds of viewpoints. And then on Sunday, we start again with the Bible study. So this is the rules. Don't be rude to the ladies. I am a zero tolerance policy for that. There's many ways to communicate, and none of them have to be rude. So don't do that. You're welcome to say anything you want to say to me. I can take it, but you better be prepared to get it back, because I dish out as good as I get. I have no problem with you disagreeing with me. I am absolutely going to say things that you might think are wrong. I'm going to say things that go against the narrative and the mainstream ideas. I'm going to say things that you've never heard before. But this is an open marketplace of ideas. You are welcome to say anything you want to say, because more speech is the answer to bad speech, not censorship. More speech. A bad idea cannot stand. It has no legs. You can't argue a bad idea. So when someone espouses a bad idea and then 2 or 3 other people come in and argue it, it will either change everyone's mind or fall apart right where it stands, which usually happens. So we as a community, and there's quite a lot of us that come in and out of this show, we like to get together and talk about things and compare ideas. You can think something completely different than I think. It's okay. The only Kool-Aid drinking around here is willing Kool-Aid drinking. So that's what this show's about, and I hope you enjoy it. Please hit the subscribe button if you want to see more. John says, I'm not a racist. I'm British. Jake says, I'm not a racist. I hate everybody. Absolutely. Amanda says, hi, Andrew. Welcome. Nia says, welcome from Morocco. I have some Moroccos around here somewhere. But they're female. They're Moroccas. See what I did there? That's funny. Amanda says, where is it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I see a rooster. Amanda says, I'm not a racist. I don't like people in general. That's what I said. Mine was better, though. I hate everybody. I don't. I'm joking. Aaron says, good, John. It would not be a good thing to be. No, it's not good to be. It's just not good. The problem is they throw that word around so much that it doesn't mean anything anymore. So if everybody's racist, nobody's racist. It doesn't mean anything. It has no value. They've taken a thing that meant something years and years ago, and they've used it to the point that it has no value anymore, much like other words like Nazi. That's a good word they throw around a lot. Let them throw it around. Those people are idiots, and sooner or later, adults are going to have to stand up and say, hey, enough of this nonsense. Sit down, child. That's what I'm doing. That's what this channel is. This channel is an adult saying, hey, knock it off. So, and I have a propendency to go overboard with things and hit the button that nobody wants to hit. I'm usually the first one laying on the button. So be prepared. Oswald Cobb King of Gotham. If we met in real life, I'd clap them cheeks. I'd clap them all. Well, you might try, but then you'd get your cheeks slapped for being an asshole. Don't touch somebody's cheeks unless they want you to, Oswald. But welcome to the show. Come on in, take your shoes off. Tell us a little bit about yourself. John says, Amanda, crying, laughing. Andrew Gordon says, I'm just scrolling through live streams, man. There was some weird-ass people on lives, like some crazy people, haha. Yeah, well, there's a lot of them. I'm one of them, by the way. If that's what you came to see, look no further. I'll take you down every rabbit hole and twist you inside out and put you back on the street, head a spinning and thoughts a reeling. But I can also just chill and play guitar. Amanda says, hi, Oswald. Welcome. And I like the new people. Come on in, everybody. I don't know what that means, Aaron. Technuka? What is that? Tech? N-U-C-A? I don't know what that is. Technuka? Technica. I don't know what that is. Rooster says, we got a clapper. What's up, Rooster? Welcome to the show. I like your name. Aaron says, sorry, Duff. Are you just saying words? Oh, dog walking on phone. Okay. You are just saying words. Okay. Makes sense to me. Amanda says, hi, Rooster, welcome. And Rooster says, Andrew says, amen, my parents raised me right, so no worries on my end. Congratulations, you have good parents. We need more of those. This next generation coming up needs to learn how to be good parents for their kids so that the world doesn't fall apart at the seams, which is what they're trying to make it do now. This is, no offense to anybody that's young, the worst generation that has ever existed and the dumbest. There are some smart ones out there. I'm not talking about everybody, but as a general whole, it's a dumb generation. And we need to fix that. And it's our fault. It's the parents' fault. We didn't do right. We had this idea probably planted in our head by Dr. Spock or somebody that wrote a book in the 80s that we weren't going to discipline our children, that we weren't going to, teach them how to be people. We're just going to let them do whatever they want to do because we were oppressed by our parents. We didn't want to treat our kids the way we were treated. So we just hovered over them and let them do everything they wanted to do and get everything they wanted to get. And we gave them trophies and awards for showing up. And look what planes are falling out of the sky. The stock market is up and down. It hits the ceiling and then it crashes. Donald Trump is president of the United States. Whoa, MAGA. Anyway, the world has gone topsy-turvy. It's upside down. Nothing is the way it's supposed to be anymore. We need to fix that. And it's going to take every single one of us to do something to fix it. Starts with an idea. That idea is Untethered Live. We're trying to take over the world, one subscriber at a time. Or, this part of YouTube anyway. And what is the goal? To come away smarter than we came in. That's it. To learn something new. To gain some perspective on everything. It doesn't have to be a good perspective. It just has to be a perspective. Have to understand the root cause of what's going on in the world. And fortunately for us, we have a handbook. It was written 5,000 years ago and all through that time. And it tells you everything. And I know. Well, that was written by cavemen on animal skins with chicken bones. Those people are dumb. They don't know. We're enlightened. Look at us. We are the smartest people that have ever lived. Really. I understand the propensity to feel that way, especially if you haven't actually bothered to read the book or have just heard other people talking about it. I understand why you'd feel that way. But I assure you, we are neither enlightened nor the smartest people that have ever been here. In fact, we might be double down on stupidity in this epoch of time. They did things in those days right the first time that we can't even dream about doing currently. We have all this high-tech machinery and technology and advanced computers and cell phones and Wikipedia, and we can contain knowledge at lightning speeds from all over the world in real time like magic. But we can't move a rock with everything that we have. We can't move a rock. They were moving them and then stacking them 30 stories in the air. How did they do that? Do you know? I know. But I didn't know immediately. It took me a while to figure it out. Amanda says, hey, everybody, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and feed. That's right. That's Feed Jake. I'm Jake. And you can do that by going to paypal.me/JakeJohnsonBand or Cash App. You can go to $JakeJohnsonBand, or you can super chat, or you can buy a t-shirt or a cup or a mug or a hat or a beach blanket or whatever you want. It's all there. Check it out. Or you can just say, no, I'm just going to watch with glee as he spirals out of control. That's fun, too. And an option. Oswald says, but being rude to women is how I get dates. Well, get them somewhere else, buddy. Nobody here wants to date you. And I don't mean hitting on women. I mean, don't be a troll and don't say dirty things to the ladies. I don't think that's hard. I don't think that's too much to ask for an entertaining free show where you're going to definitely walk away smarter than you were when you got here. Aaron says, Savage Chef Jake be cooking, LOL. Right on. I'll get to it, too. I'm a good cook. I studied under a 5-star chef for quite a while. I'd be laying all kind of stuff down in the oven, if you know what I'm saying. Amanda says, well, Oswald, it won't happen in here, or I will remove you. But welcome. Welcome, free speech, and making friends. That's what we welcome here. That's what we want. We want you to be able to say whatever's on your mind. And you do have free speech, but free speech comes with consequences. And if you say the wrong thing, you'll get popped in the mouth. That's how free speech works, because I have the freedom to protect myself. So don't go running off at the mouth, and we won't boot you out of here. It's very simple. Show respect, you'll get respect. And Amanda says, just a tip. Tickle the like button with just a tip. That's dirty. See? That's how you talk dirty to people. Innuendo. Innuendo's fun, and it's challenging. So try it. Aaron says, 11 people, 7 likes. Push the button. It's free. Right on. Hit that like button. It really does help the channel, so I appreciate it if you did that. And John says, our prime minister is calling everyone far right in Britain if you ain't left. Yeah. What does that mean, by the way? And what's wrong with being far right? That just means that you disagree with someone, right? So they use that like it's an insult. More especially, they use it like a weapon. Like, if you're far right, then that's okay to attack that person, right? That's what's wrong with politics. Remember when we used to be able to be on opposite sides of political aisles and still remain friends and hang out and share lives together, cook and eat and drink and shop and hang out? And then every now and then somebody'd say, well, I like the economy. And somebody'd say, well, I like open borders. And then that'd be it. It's almost like they're pushing us apart on purpose, because people that are divided are easy to control. It's Marxism 101. Look in the handbook. You'd be surprised at how many things you read out of the Marxist manifesto that are currently happening in front of your face right now. Yuri Bezmenov. Go look that guy up. Yuri Bezmenov. He did an interview in 1985. That's 1 year after 1984, no pun intended. And he said some things on that interview. He's a Russian defector that came to the U.S. seeking asylum, a former KGB officer. And he unloaded a plan that was being enacted in Russia at the time. And that plan consisted of ideas that went all the way to the destruction of America. Now, in 1985, everybody thought he was a kook, and nobody believed a word he was saying because they all sounded ridiculous. Nobody would ever do anything like that. How dumb do you think we are, Yuri? Go back and watch that interview. Go back and listen to what that guy said. It'll blow your mind in 2025. Sounded retarded in 1984. But all the things he said have happened in exactly the amount of time he said it would take. They came this close. This close. I firmly believe if Donald Trump hadn't won this first election, we would be well on our way into being a different country right now. Because he was the upset that upset the apple cart. He's the rock in the apple cart. They did not expect that to happen. You can say what you want to say about Donald Trump. You can think what you want to think about him. I'm not apologizing for his behavior or his person. I'm not touting him as the guy. But I can tell you one thing, regardless of what you think about him, he has shaken this system up to its core, and no one else could have done that. That's a fact. And because of him, we see things now that we never saw before. 20 years ago, You probably didn't know who the congressmen were by name. You probably didn't know what one looked like. If you saw one on the street, you'd walk right past them. You didn't know who the Speaker of the House was. You didn't know who the DOJ was operated by or who was in the FBI, the head of it. You didn't know who that was 20 years ago. Today, we know them by name. It's like watching pro wrestling. They should have like baseball cards with their stats on it and stuff. That's about how it's turning out. It's like watching a reality television show. It's kind of interesting. Andrew says Gotham is being a villain, LOL. Are you and Gotham the same person? Andrew says, you seem to be all right, man. Well, thank you, sir. I try to be. I am not a kook. I'm not a liar. And I'm not trying to get anything out of you that you don't want to give. I am earnestly trying to have a genuine exchange with you and make a friend. So I don't know what else I could do, but I think that's okay. There's a lot of people out there they have an angle. I don't have an angle. I do things that actually hurt myself because I'll tell you, this show is free. If you want to help out, I'll give you an option to help out, but you don't have to. Everything I do for you, I do for everyone else. I have a members program where you can become a member of the show, but they don't get stuff you don't get. That hurts me, and I'm aware of that. I could set it up in tiers where the people that paid get the real information and the people that didn't get the bullshit. I'm not doing that. If I have something to share, I'm going to share it with everybody, regardless of whether they pay or not. So it's a little unorthodox. It's a little weird to look at, but you get used to it. Aaron says, Andrew, Jake is a fine man. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that. And Aaron says, the dog was stepping on the phone. Sorry, Jake. Oh, I got you. Your dog was walking on the phone. Now I understand what you're trying to say. I was like, what in the hell is he talking about? Your dog is walking on your phone. I got it. Thank God he's not chewing on it. That's expensive. Amanda says, LOL, no, Jake, the dog is just saying words. Oh, I got it. He's so bad tonight, says Aaron. Oh, he's a puppy. It's okay. I got a puppy that likes to chew on my feet while I'm having a podcast. That makes it hard to concentrate when you got somebody biting your feet. Amanda says, LOL, Aaron, Tribble is passed out in the closet on a pillow, and she played outside most of the day today and went for a ride, and she's a sleepy baby. Yep. My little puppy's had it hard today. She's been getting it. My puppy's about that big, little tiny thing. She's a Shih Tzu / Chihuahua. She's a shitwawa. John says China's putting 36% on tariffs now and then started to fail, Jake. Yeah. Yep, I have noticed that a lot of people are starting to crumble and give what Donald Trump is demanding from them. A lot of people are doing that now. I have a feeling that given enough time, it's going to work out just like he said it would in the beginning when everybody was freaking out because how dare you put tariffs on other countries? Because they put tariffs on us, and it's only fair. Aaron says, my dog went to his private dog park. Oh, you got a private dog park. That's pretty cool. That's right. You live in a city, don't you, Aaron? We live out in the country. Our private dog park is on the other side of my front door. Just wherever you want to go. Stay out of the road. That's it. Andrew says, while I agree that this is an absurd generation, but I remember my dad told me that his father, a World War II vet, telling him that his dad, a World War I vet, saying that they would be the end of them. Food for thought. Oh, no, I understand completely. And it is that way to some degree. Every generation looks absurd to the previous one. That's a fact. Because every generation seems to have their own community, their own way of living, their own ideas about the world. and they take from some of what their parents teach them, and they take some of what their friends teach them, and some of what they observe about the real world, and form a new community. Well, the old guys have been living a long time, so they've got it figured out. They know how the world works. And then all of a sudden, they're introduced to all this new technology and all these new inventions and all this new language that the kids are saying their own little language. It happened all the way back as far as you can remember. Now, before the 1950s, you were pretty much either a baby or an adult. There was no in between. But in the 50s, they invented this new thing called a teenager. And they invented it for the purposes of marketing, because with a teenager, you can get teenager money. Back then, teenagers had money or access to it. And that's where cars came in, and merchandise. Music was a big player in that game. Movies, starting in about the 60s on forward, movies played a big role in that. And pop culture was born as a result of the teenager being created. Now, before that, there was no such thing as a teenager. You were a child. You grew until you had a rite of passage, and then you became a man or a woman. If you were a man, you took a trade or learned how to hunt or learned how to do something to further your family. If you were a woman, you learned how to clean and cook and be pleasant. That's just the way it was. And I argue it was better in those days. I argue the whole world functioned better in those days. That's not to say I don't like some technology, but I think we've gone overboard. I was watching a thing today about a new dishwasher made by somebody. I don't know who it was. But their dishwasher, you can use it right out of the box as a dishwasher, but it only has one setting, dishwasher. And it has 5 settings that are better than dishwasher, like jet or whatever. I don't know. I don't have a dishwasher, but better settings. But you have to be connected to the internet to use them. Think about this for a minute. That means you have to set up an account. You have to log in. You have to give your dishwasher access to your home Wi-Fi system. You have to have a relationship with this company. You have to use an app on your phone to make this thing work. Number one, that's a security risk. Why take that risk over a dishwasher? Number two, what if in 10 years that app just goes away? What if the company dissolves? What if they upgrade? What if they have a new idea and then all of a sudden your app don't work anymore and now your dishwasher doesn't work anymore? So they expect you to buy a new one every 5 years, or every year actually. Well, that's called programmed obsolescence. The next thing is you know that the moment you have to log into something in order to use a thing, 5 years down the road, they're going to start charging you for it, sell you a subscription to it. That's the end goal. That's why they want you to log in, to make it work, so that you have no choice. And it's just a few dollars. Hell, I'll just pay a few dollars every month, and I'll be able to use my dishwasher that's connected to the internet. I say that's ridiculous. We've gone too far. I would buy an analog dishwasher and not even look at that one. I don't want my appliances connected to the internet. I don't want to buy a video game and have to pay somebody a subscription fee to beat the video game. I bought it. That's my job. I did my job. Here's my $60. Now I want to play the game in the comfort of my own home without a company knowing every move that I make. How about that? This phone has thousands of apps on it, yet I can barely keep a signal to make a phone call. I can play the hell out of some tic-tac-toe or solitaire or whatever it is, Wordooku, but I can't make a phone call with my phone. I think technology has gone too far. That's what I'm saying. I think we need to seriously think about nuking all of the database systems and all of the headquarters of all the big companies and go back to landlines and payphones. Remember when you had to dial in to the internet? And if you were on the computer, the phone line was tied up, so nobody else could use the phone, so you had limited time. But the world was endless. It was a Wild West experience. Anything could happen. You could hack into NASA if you were smart enough over a landline while your sister was wanting to make a phone call. I argue that was better. You could visit BBS's. You could visit other people's personal computers or websites that they built, and they share their ideas and their files with you. That's better than a website, in my opinion, because now there are no websites. They have killed the internet. It's literally dead. You go on Google, you search any keyword, it'll say you've got 6 million pages with hits on it. Fine. Start going down that list. Take them seriously. You'll get 3 pages in and find out that all the links are busted or leaked back to the first 3 pages you've seen. There is nothing else out there. In the 80s or 90s, the internet was limitless. You never know what you could find. You could take a wrong turn and end up on some mysterious site and learn some shit you didn't even know existed. You can't do that now. I argue it's not better. We have not become enlightened. We've become entitled. What say you? By the way, this generation compared to World War II generation and World War I generation, don't hold a candle to them. Those guys were tough. Those guys didn't give a damn. Those guys would chew us up, eat us for breakfast, and not think twice about it. And they can still do it in their 90s. They knew how to survive. We don't. You take away Google, half the country dies almost immediately. Think about that. Aaron says he brought chaos, LOL. He did that. Talking about Donald Trump, he absolutely did. And it was glorious. I voted for him just to see that happen. It was like watching a bull in a china shop. It was wonderful. I loved to see it. They had got so stuffy and so spoiled on their own farts that it took something like that to shake him up. And he's still shaking. And I hope he keeps right on doing it. Amanda says, LOL, Aaron, spoiled babies. Shaking my head. Right. Exactly. And John says, hang on, your chat's about to jump. It did. John says, Stonehenge was moved from Scotland, was it? I did not know that. I know that the Stone of Scone used to be a park bench in Scotland, and now it's under the throne of the King of England, and all kings and queens have been coronated on that stone going back to the very beginning. But for a little while, it was outside, made into a park bench in front of the castle in Scotland. And they did that because they were trying to hide it. And they didn't want anybody to steal it. And there were people looking to steal it because it's the same stone that Jacob laid his head on in the Bible, where he saw the angels coming to and fro in heaven. He used that stone as a pillow, and then he erected it as a pillar in that spot. It's called Jacob's Ladder. Right? You know that story. That's the Stone of Scone, which now is where all the kings and queens are coronated. But for a little while, it belonged to Scotland, and they were scared somebody would steal it. So instead of putting it behind closed doors and locking it away, they took it outside and put it as a park bench, and nobody knew. And they walked right by it looking for it. They'd go in the castle looking for it. They'd sack the place and leave and walk right by it. That was pretty smart. Ash the Goat 22 says, favorite sport? Sex. Your turn. Said hi. What's up, Ash? Welcome to the show. Come on in, take your shoes off. I'm not a sporty guy. I spent most of my life on this side of this microphone, so I don't really get into sports all that much. I don't understand grown men chasing the ball around a square for a point. Okay, if it entertains you, though, I'm all for it. Aaron says, Amanda, you might need that hammer. Ha ha ha. Keep your eyes out. Keep them peeled. Amanda says, hi, Ash. Welcome. Amanda says, LOL, that's right, Aaron. He likes it when I beat on him. I do. Because I'm tough and I like it. I like a little bite every now and then. Huh? What? That went south quick. What are you talking about, Jake? Nothing. Mind your business. Aaron says, it'd be cool if you could call it and it flew to you. Remind me again what we're talking about? It would be cool, but what are we talking about? if you could call it and it flew to you. Like, what are we talking about? John says, it means you're a racist thug, Jake. Oh, what means that? Are you guys having a conversation I'm not part of? I'm a racist thug. I'll take it. Amanda says, LOL, Aaron. It wouldn't. Or it would. Helicopter banhammer. Andrew says, far right and far left means different things. Oh, you're talking about racist thug means far right. Okay. We had 2 or 3 conversations since then. Yes. That's what they're using it as. That isn't actually what it means. Alt-right just means another idea about the right. And they've, of course, conscripted that. Same thing with the word woke. It started out meaning something completely different than it means now. Far right and far left means different things in different countries. At a certain point, it becomes arbitrary. I agree with that, Andrew. I think left wing, right wing, same bird. The only real difference is somebody like Donald Trump, who doesn't belong to that system at all on either side. Yes, he calls himself a conservative, but he's like a conservative like Ronald Reagan was a conservative. Democrat his entire life until he realized what was going on, and then he ran as a Republican because there's no other option. I know you think, well, there's an independent option. Yeah, but they don't win. The system is set up for Democrats and Republicans. It's a binary system. The third party never wins. Don't believe me? Ask Ross Perot. They're not going to ever win. We had a Kennedy, an actual Kennedy. 2 Kennedys dead, 1 Kennedy running for president. And he didn't even get 10% of the vote because he ran independent. Tell me what world that exists in. My mom could call a belt like Thor, says Aaron. Oh, yes. My mom could wield a coffee cup like that. She threw a coffee cup, hit me in the head with it. Oh, yes. Mamas know how to do that. For sure. Andrew says, I'm socially progressive, economically centrist, and very pro-military. So here we go. I'm still here listening because I don't want to pigeonhole myself in some circle jerk echo chamber. Well, that is definitely not this place. That's one thing I resist. We are not an echo chamber. Everybody here does not tout the message from me, right? We all have our own opinions. Some of them agree with me. Some of them disagree with me. They're all friends, though. So you won't get an echo chamber here. And you might get in some difficult conversations, but it's all in good faith, right? If you say something that I consider to be dumb, such as a progressive talking point, I can't think of one right off the top of my head, but let's just say you said one, I'm going to argue with you about it. I'm even going to be a little sarcastic about it, but I'm not going to be vindictive or mean to you about it because I'm arguing the idea, not the person. And that's the difference. That's why free speech is so important. Free speech ain't here to protect what you say. It's here to protect the things you hate to hear. Because if they can't say it and you're safe, they're not, right? The best way to have a conversation is to know that at any point, somebody's going to be offended by something. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me, right? So, I hope you like the layout. We're trying to do something that other people aren't doing. Amanda says, I call Jake all the time. I say, oh, baby, my sweet baby. Come here, lover boy. And if he doesn't answer, all right now, quoting Dirty Dancing. Baby, oh, baby, you're the one. Bow, bow, bow. That's such a girly movie. Amanda says he comes in like a helicopter. Amanda says Jake shares it whether you like it or not. LOL. True. Are you talking about my opinion? Yes. Yes, I will tell you what I'm another thing about me, Andrew, is that I hold nothing back. I'm not secretive. I don't lie, and I don't hold things in. I say exactly what comes to mind when it comes to mind. I am completely transparent. So I hope you can appreciate that. You don't have to agree with me to appreciate what I'm saying. And John says, Jake tells it how it is. Straightforward with you. Nice, brother. Thank you. Dennis Bigfoot says, your dog is a Shawazoo. Shawazoo. I like Shitwawa better. I tried it around both ways. Shitwawa just sounds better. She's more Shih Tzu than she is Chihuahua, but you can see it in her if you pay attention. She's got that kind of personality that, the little Chihuahua, the little shaky one that thinks it's a lion. That's her. She don't shake, though. Amanda says, LOL, Dennis, she's a shithead, and Jake has her spoiled rotten. Oh, come on now. She's a puppy. I like spoiling the puppy. She's a pretty baby. Amanda says, he didn't even want her. I did. That's not true. I don't want any animals. But you wanted her, so I got her for you. And turns out she's kind of cool. Dennis says, stereotype is the culprit. Old-fashioned was one of the first. Old-fashioned was the first stereotype? Maybe. Maybe so. What do you mean by culprit, though? Because I think there is some validity to stereotypes. There's a reason they're stereotypes, right? People act a certain way. But they're like caricatures of people. Like black people like chicken and watermelon. Well, yeah, that's true. Black people do have a propensity for watermelon and chicken. But who doesn't? Everybody likes chicken. It's delicious. You name one person that don't like chicken, and I'll tell you a person that's strange and probably has people in their basement. Anyway. But it is a caricature of people. Not everybody's that way. Some people have leanings towards those types of things, and some people don't. But it's a good way to describe somebody in a conversation. That's why stereotypes exist. However, there is a dirty side. People use them to denigrate other people, and that you shouldn't do unless you're a comedian, and then you should be trying to insult everybody, because that's the job of a comedian. Amanda says, LOL, I'm the dishwasher. Right on. Does that mean you got to be hooked up to the internet and I have to pay a subscription fee to access you? That's not altogether untrue, by the way. Dennis says, they used to separate us from our roots and family. A stereotype? Also, they use it to track you. Are you talking about, what are you talking about, Dennis? Are you talking about technology or are you talking about stereotypes? I'm getting stereotype from the first conversation there. Old-fashioned being the first one. But what are you referencing so that I can place the conversation and know what we're talking about? Amanda says they have washer and dryers that do that too. Yeah, I don't want an appliance that has to be hooked up to some other device. That's not why you buy it. You buy it to wash your clothes or whatever the appliance does. You don't want to have to pay a subscription fee to own the thing you just bought. It's ridiculous. Same thing with user codes. That's the end user agreement. That's what I'm thinking about. Where you don't actually own the property, like a movie. Remember we used to buy VHSs? You don't actually own those. Read the fine print in the beginning of the VHS. It'll tell you it's property of the whoever put it out. You have a license for it. That's what you paid for. And at any time, they could reclaim it. And they have. There's a lot of movies that have disappeared, by the way. John says, if your internet goes down for months, you're going to smell bad, right? Yeah, what if you don't pay your internet bill? You can't wash your dishes? Think about that. And also, here's the big thing. if you are hooked up to the internet, then that means somebody somewhere is tracking what that device is doing. That's the whole purpose for having it hooked up to the cloud, right? So why would somebody need to know how often you wash your clothes or what materials you use while you're washing your clothes? Who needs to know that? Right? So somebody is compiling that information and whatever else is gleaned from being in your house. I would imagine it can listen to you. And they're compiling that information to sell you stuff. They're using that profile to build a marketing campaign directed at you. That's what the whole thing is in a nutshell. But if you have that kind of technology, how long before somebody usurps that technology to spy on you? So now you have a device that you placed in your house, like Alexa, that can hear everything in the house, that can use infrared to map out the trajectory of your house, where you walk at, what room you stay in most of the time, who comes and goes. Think about that. Do you really want your house a smart house? Do you really want your house to know more about you than you do? I don't. You know that Google tracks every move you make. It's hard to find, but you can find it. If you go on your settings in Google, you have to go through like 100 pages or something, but you'll finally find a place where they have a map and it shows where you were everywhere this phone has went in the past month. It has marked out how long you were there, what places you went into, if there were phones nearby, who you were talking to, if they're in your friends list. All that information is there that somebody else has access to. Ask yourself, do you really want people to know where you're going when you don't want people to know where you're going? Is that the kind of world you want to live in? Where you have no secrets? I think that might be what Dennis was talking about, but I'm not exactly sure. I just want to make sure I was in the right part of that conversation. Amanda says they have washers and dryers that do that too. I read that one. If your internet goes down, you smell bad. Microwaves with a tablet touch screen and door controls. Yes. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want a 65-inch TV if it's spying on me. I don't want that. The TV I have now is a Fire TV, and it only works if it's connected to the internet. I can't watch TV on it. I can only watch Amazon on it or whatever app that comes up in Roku. Think about that. Is that really better? Is that better than a TV that you can just hook up to an antenna and watch whatever is being broadcast in your area? I don't know that it is. Dennis says printed word is the best and people have been tricked out of it. Yes, I agree with that. They have turned everything digital. Digital don't last. That's the problem with digital. And I thought about that years and years ago when I first started burning the software on the CDs. And I discovered, much to my chagrin, that CDs have a shelf life. They don't last very long. I think 5-6 years, something like that. And then they disintegrate. And they don't work anymore. So I have thousands of dollars of CDs slapped full of thousands and thousands of dollars worth of software that I can't even access anymore. It's all gone. And I spent hours finding, downloading, burning, and then learning how to use that software. Hours of my life just gone. Why didn't they tell me that from the get-go so I didn't waste all that time? Now the truth changes with the touch of a button, says Dennis. That's true. If you ever watched the movie Wag the Dog, there's a lot of truth in that movie. They build narratives and they change the environment based on stories. They put stories in front of you and then cause you to think a certain way, and then they drag you along with storytelling. That seems to be the way that the media works. They're there to put out a narrative. If you don't believe that, just do some flipping and pay attention, and you'll hear every channel say the exact same phrase over and over and over again during a week. You know, every week it changes. It's like they all get sent a message. This is what you're going to say, and then they all repeat it. It's very weird. I'm not sure that's what I would call information. That's not exactly the idea that I'm thinking of when I turn the TV on. John says, my boiler connects to my phone and my lights. Right, but why? Why do you need that? Is that better than an old boiler that you just put water in and boil? Bill Bennett says the technology and comforts of today has made us pussies, and 3/4 of us would die. Yeah, most definitely. If a EMP went off and all technology went down and nobody could communicate via the internet anymore, I think about 3 days is all it would take for panic to set in, and people would be back in the Stone Ages within a week for sure. Because I bet most people don't know how to go get something to eat without using a phone. I bet most people don't even know where their food comes from. Most people. Not everybody. There's obviously still a lot of us old folks left. But all the young people that live in the inner cities, they would be dead within a month. Maybe 2. Because they don't know how to feed themselves or shelter themselves or find information without looking at a phone. Imagine telling a child of today to pull out a map and find their way to Florida. I don't think they could do it. And they definitely wouldn't do it easily. Amanda says they have smart houses. You control the lights, the AC, and the water heater and everything from your phone. I don't want that because that means someone else can hack into that and take control of it from me. This is my house. It's paid for. The property it sits on is paid for. I will protect it with my life. It would be very stupid of me to start filling it full of shit that could cause it to be pulled away from me without my knowledge. That to me is retarded. That's like bringing an enemy across the lines of war into your camp without a blindfold and saying, everybody, the enemy, everybody. This is where so-and-so lives. This is where we keep the weapons. This is our food stores. Come on in, make yourself at home. We'll get back to the war thing later. That's what it's like to me, in my opinion. I know irony is not lost on me that I am currently engaging in using this kind of technology to reach you via the internet. I get it. But if you can't beat them, join them, I think is the old adage. Dennis says, I'm starting to believe we're repeating history. No written word like the distant past. It's not. Jesus said there's nothing new under the sun, meaning that all things that you think are new have happened before in various ways. Maybe not exactly that thing, but that idea has been here forever. Yeah. Ernesto Taricos. Right off the bat, you got your message deleted, didn't you? Don't talk like that. This is the wrong place for that. And John says, Amanda, that's what I've got. Right on. Amanda says, LOL, Jake's favorite sport is sex, you nympho. Yep, that's me. He got me off guard. What was I supposed to say? It's not like I golf or anything. Amanda says, hi, Ever. Welcome. We speak English here, though. Ever says something else, not English, I would imagine. Dennis Bigfoot says, no puss here, Bill. Right on. Dennis, I think the smartest thing we as a generation of older people can teach the younger generation, I think we should first teach them how to think. That's part of what this channel is about, is trying to teach the younger people how to put a thought together, how to look at something, and which is why I use sarcasm a lot and parables a lot, so that people can understand in a different way than they're used to thinking in 10-second clips like TikTok teaches. The first thing us old folks need to do is teach the younger generation how to think. The second thing we need to do is start pouring wisdom into those empty vessels. A good way to do that is old wives' tales or figures of speech like two in the bush is worth one in the hand, or one in the hand is worth two in the bush, however you say that. That's a good adage. Adages are wisdom in little haikus. And you can learn a lot about the way the world works by memorizing those things. Put some thought into it. And the third thing that we all could do as an older generation is share with the younger generation some of the pitfalls of our lives and do it earnestly. We're not trying to kid them into thinking a different way. We're just trying to open up their minds a little bit. Show them that this world has a whole lot to it that they're not seeing right now because this new wave of technology has cut most of that out of the world or hidden it outright. And they're meant to see only what's on TikTok or only what's on YouTube or only thinking this way. And they miss everything else. And there's so much more going on in this world right now, today, that most of the people just don't even see. I think that's a shame. John says, you said you didn't know what far right meant. Oh, I was being sarcastic. What does that even mean? I meant they're using words like that to label people, and they're ascribing meanings to those words that those words don't actually mean. What does far right mean? It just means that you're on this side of conservatism. That means that you're an uber conservative. You're more conservative than a centrist would be. Is that bad? What does conservative mean? It means you conserve things. You want to save things. You want to be diligent and use things wisely. Is that bad? What does Democrat mean? Now, there's a little rabbit hole you can go down. Democrat is not the opposite of Republican. And what does Republican mean? Republican means one of the republic for which we stand. This place. We do not now, nor have we ever lived in a democracy. This is not a democracy. It is democratically elected republic leaders, right? We live in a republic, a constitutional republic. That's what the Constitution says. That's what the Pledge of Allegiance says. It's right there in it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. What? It. The flag. The flag stands for the republic that exists in the Union of States. It's a very complicated little mess there, none of which is Democrat. It's all republic. Democrat just means mob rule. Everybody has a vote. Everybody has a say. Well, if you got too many chiefs and not enough Indians, there's an adage for you. I'm an Indian, I can say that. If you have too many chiefs and not enough Indians, do you know what you have? A lot of chiefs that get nothing done. Because every chief thinks his crow is the blackest. There's another adage for you. And much like the pot calling the kettle black, every crow ain't the same shade of black. One of them is the blackest. See what I did there? Anyway, use adages and figures of speech to teach people how to think and how to visualize what's happening in front of them. And you'd be surprised at how fast people catch on to what's really important once they start seeing things as a real thing as opposed to the image that we get from the internet, which seeps into our mind and just dissipates. Think about what you watched on YouTube today. Can you remember any of it? Did any of it stand out to you? Other than the memes, what do you remember about the knowledge that you accrued from doom scrolling for the past 3 days? Ernesto, you need to calm down, buddy. You're getting a lot of messages deleted over there, saying some stuff you shouldn't be saying. Oh, I see. You're just speaking in Spanish. And most of it's about food. That'll be enough of that language, mister. And still doing it. Amanda says, okay, Ernesto, that's enough of that. If you do it again, you're going to get booted. And Dennis says, I'm going to retract this message to confuse Jake. I can't read it if you retract it. Dennis says, thank you, Amanda. And Amanda says, yep, Dennis, he's bye-bye. See, I told you. You just come in here starting trouble. You're out. Where did Andrew go? Do I watch the news? Of course I do. Occasionally. I watch people make the news. Amanda says, you're welcome, Dennis. Monkey Juice, what's up, buddy? He says, LOL, Roland. RFK didn't have a chance because he's a nut job. No, he's not. RFK is a very smart man. Very, very smart. And he's well built. Now, he's a Democrat. And that was his first problem. And he's kind of a nut job. But he's also very smart. And he would have had a chance because his name is Kennedy if he was allowed to run as a Democrat. He didn't get to run as a Democrat. They pushed him out because they wanted Hillary to win or whoever was running Kamala at that time. So he didn't get a chance. That's the way it goes. Kamala, no, it was Biden. It was Joe Biden when he ran for president. Got it. Amanda says, hey, Monkey. And Monkey says, hi, Amanda. Justice Williams, I like your name. If you had any message to the world, what would it be? So long, and thanks for all the fish. No, it'd probably be duck. That's my message to the world, Justice Williams. Duck. RFK is a smart man, says Dennis. Yes, he is. Very smart guy. Not at all what the Democrats want. Bill Bennett says the devil knows his time is short. It's super sad to see all much of the earth's people to be evil. Yeah, it's a rough time we live in right now for sure, Bill. But we can prolong that distance by being smart and by doing what we're supposed to be doing. That's the reason the world hadn't ended yet, because there's still stuff that needs to be done. Amanda says, hi, Justice, welcome. And Summit Kumar says, where are you from? I am from Georgia. I currently live in North Carolina. Georgia, the state, not the country. Where are you from, Summit? Amanda says, hi, Summit, welcome. Rachel Camp says, what is this channel about? Well, Rachel, it's about you, quite literally. The topic is you. What's going on in your life? What are you thinking about? What troubles you? What do you want to know the answer to? It's about you. I'm the middleman. I'm the guy that does the yapping. You're the person that does the thinking. Amanda says, hi, Rachel. Welcome. We need another Rachel. Hit that subscribe button, Rachel. We need two. We got one. We need two. Dennis says, knowledge. Knowledge is what this channel is about. Just simple understanding. That's it. Rachel says, hi. Hi. And I love knowledge. Me too. And you've come to the right place. There's a lot of it in the chat. A lot of these people are very, very high quality people. They're all handpicked because they stuck around and had the courage to have a conversation, as opposed to starting some nonsense. And when they did, they discovered that there was a conversation to be had, and they're still here. Every one of these people in this chat are high-quality people, and you would do yourself a gigantic favor to get to know them. Believe that. Amanda says, LOL, such a girly movie, but you're singing songs from it, LOL. You're talking about Dirty Dancing? Oh, yeah. Amanda says, LOL, kind of cool. She's a shitsnit. A shiznit? She's the shiznit. Maybe. Then it says, divide and conquer by separating people. That is the modus operandi of the government. We're fighting back by communicating with the people and bringing them together into a community that is stronger than they are. And they're terrified of it, which is why all of the censorship, which is why all of the pulling of comments and making things so that you can only phrase things a certain way or you get booted. There's a lot of that going on, a lot of it, a lot more than you care to know about or want to admit if you did know. But I assure you, we can win. We are winning the culture war. Every day we get closer and closer to common sense breaking through the ice. And when we get there, all of this woke nonsense that has accrued over the past 20 years will vanish like smoke in the wind. Because it has nothing to stand on. The only reason it's propped up is because the small minority of people that are doing the most yapping happen to be in control of the media, which is the only reason it's still here. And that's no accident. They infiltrated the media over the past 20 years, placing themselves in high positions of power and decision-making within movies and television and the news and politics and radio and anywhere, the newspaper, anywhere that espouses information, they've infiltrated. And it's largely because of the academic nature of colleges these days. The, what's the word I'm looking for? The professional students that turn into professors because they have no life outside of academia, and they espouse the weirdest ideas, and they teach it to their kids. They brainwash them. College, and I'm talking from a person who went to college, right? 20 years ago, would have screamed from the rooftops, you have to go to college. It's the most important thing you can do is get an education. That's me saying this. College is not higher learning. It is indoctrination. Do not send your children to college or even public school if you can avoid it. Don't do it unless you want your children to be mindless robots that tout whatever the current message is at the time. Then do that. If you want them to be good employees that do whatever they're told and walk right off the cliff like a good lemur, send them to college because that's what they're teaching them to do. Be lemurs. Don't be a lemur. Don't be a lemur, be a muskrat. Amanda says chicken and watermelon is delicious. Yes, it is. And my point was solid when I said it. Then it says both. Right on. And Amanda says, LOL, you have to pay something to access me. Well, yeah, that's how women work. You're not the only one. Monkey Juice says, LOL, 401k, glad I don't have one. Why? What's your big thing about 401k? It's about the 5th time you brought it up in the past month. What is so wrong with having a 401k? Are you worried because it went down a little bit? Have you been around for more than 5 years? It does that. Anytime someone promises you something that you don't currently have possession of, it's a gamble as to whether or not you're going to get it. 401k is a way for them to make money, not you. It's a promise that one day you'll make money. You might, but you might not. That's how 401k works. Nobody gives a damn about that. Amanda says, Monkey, why are you stuck on 401k? See, I'm not the only one that noticed it. Why? Is that the only argument you have? John says, oh my, Amanda. Oh my. Oh my. Amanda says, LOL, John. Batshit crazy says, everything, or evening, folks. What's up, Batshit? Nice to see you. How is your Friday going? Mine is off to a bang. Amanda says, hi, Batshit crazy. And Amanda says, he said it, John. Who said it? Said what? It. Max B49. Kurt Goebel was the greatest American. I don't know who Kurt Goebel was. Monkey Juice says 401k is kind of a big deal. To who? Why is it such a big deal? Amanda says, hi, Max B. Welcome. And Amanda says, but you don't have one, so why do you care? And nothing is happening to 401k. Right. Why is it a big deal to you since you don't have one? I don't have a 401k either, by the way. Two rich people, says Dennis. Dennis says 401k is a money trap, in my opinion. It is. It's a promise that one day you'll get money if you give money today. It's exactly the same thing as I will gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. That's what 401k is, in a nutshell. Prove me wrong. Max B49 says, do you prefer classical or intuitionistic logic? Intuitionistic. I don't even know what that word is. Intuitionistic, I think is what you're writing there. Yeah. I prefer logic. Period. I'm not looking at... Logic is not a worldview to me. It is not an ideology. Logic is the way by which a brain functions correctly. And I prefer logic over abstract thinking any day of the week. My intuition is strong, but it is that intuition. It doesn't make it right. It's just my previous experience guiding me towards an idea. Then I think about that idea, analyze its faults and its strengths, and then I decide whether or not I want to use that idea. Most of that is done pretty much automatically. So I don't understand the question, I guess. Classical logic is not an ideology. Dennis says, gives others access to your money. Yes, 401k does give other people access to your money. Monkey Juice says, tell that to 200 million Americans. Tell what? That 401k is a money trap? It is. They know that. They probably know that. They might not know that. But they should know that if they're paying attention. Anytime you're promised something that you don't have by the government, what is that Ronald Reagan said? The 9 most dangerous and terrifying words in the English language are, hi, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. What are you earning with 401k? Amanda says the 401k isn't being messed with right now. So there's nothing wrong with 401k. So what is it that you're on about? You keep saying 401k, but you haven't told me what the problem is yet. And in order for me to react to the problem, I kind of have to know what it is. Dennis says, not that many have them, in my opinion. Right. Amanda says 401k is based on how much you put into it. Right. Monkey Juice says, Dennis must work construction like myself. What's wrong with that? I grew up on construction. That's what I did since I was 11 years old. Mr. Builder. Amanda says, right, Dennis. And Dennis says, also, where the holders invest in it, Amanda. Also, 401k is where investors invest their money. Right. To some degree, yes. Amanda says, I know a few people who have a 401k and they don't have any problem with them and they're growing. And Dennis says, I'm an ex-con, so I work where I can. Fact. I hear you. That's a bad thing to have to be labeled with, Dennis. I'm sorry about that, buddy. If you paid your debt to society, you should be free and clear and not have to divulge that information to anybody, in my opinion. Just because you did something wrong one day does not mean you should carry it for the rest of your life and have it hanging over your head. Dennis says, when the stock market goes down, it can hurt 401k. Fact. True. It hurts everything else, too. Stock market going down means money loses its value. And if you have a lot of it, that can be devastating. mostly because you depend on that money. You have built your life. The superstructure of your life is based on that money. That means everything you know and everything you do involves that money. And when it goes away, you are devastated and don't know what to do next because you didn't learn how to live, because there's more to life than money. True story. If you don't know where your food comes from, if you don't know how to go out and find food, if you don't know how to find water, if you don't know how to protect yourself, if you don't know how to find shelter, you are doomed when the world goes crazy. You're doomed. You're not supposed to be alive. You understand that? Some people aren't supposed to make it. That's what the world is. It eats the weak and promotes the strong. And when you have things like society, and we live in a rather posh society, a rather smooth, easygoing, well-manicured facade of a life, when you live there, you don't pay any attention to the real world. You're insulated from it by this society, which is a house of cards and can crumble at any moment. Everything you think of that you consider security is an illusion. Your lawn is an illusion. Your city is an illusion. It isn't real. And in 50 years, you won't even be able to tell there's a city there if people left it right now. In 50 years, the only thing that would be left is a few concrete superstructures and a couple of iron beams. And in 100 years, you won't even know that a city was ever there. It will vanish in time. Trust me, it ain't the pyramids. Pyramids are still there 4,000 years later. New York City, 200 years. You won't even know there was ever anybody there. So your 401k means nothing. It's just a number that somebody put on a piece of paper or in a computer. And if you get it, great. If you don't, that shouldn't affect your life at all. Think about it. And Amanda says, yes, but the market is heading upwards with Trump. Yes. And Dennis says, up and down right now. To be honest, it is up and down. And there's a lot of things that are contributing to that. The last 4 years nearly destroyed this country. It don't matter who you blame for it. Doesn't matter. Their policies were garbage, and they ruined a lot of things. And in order to get through that, we're going to have to fix some stuff, and that's going to take time. And for a little while, it's going to be expensive. And so, yes, things are going to go down, but then they're going to come back up and then go way past where they were before. Write it down that I said so. We are in the influx of the pendulum swing. And right now it's swinging backwards. Pretty soon it'll start going forwards again, and that's when things will get better. And it'll get better quickly and abundantly, and it'll be like 1985 all over again. Everybody be doing cocaine and building banks and, flying airplanes and rollerblading. Trust me. Amanda says, mostly up. Monkey Juice says, stock market today hit an all-time low today. According to who, Monkey Juice? Funny, I didn't hear anything about it, and I'm in the workforce. John says, I moved in my place. I had no choice. Smart house. That's what Britons are doing. That's what British people are doing. I hear you, buddy. And then Dennis says, not all time. 1929 was an all-time low. Right. Unless you're talking about, the Great Depression. I don't think an all-time low is anywhere close. I think you might be listening to CNN or MSNBC. And I think you're confused. Robert Sterling says, Grandpa seems confused. Well, first of all, I'm not a grandpa, asshole. Second of all, welcome to my show. Third of all, confused about what? If you think I'm confused, I welcome a conversation with you in which I will tie you into little bits and pieces like a pretzel and spit you out into the corner and laugh at you while you try to figure out what just happened. If you really want to go down that road, I will take you on with half my brain tied behind my back and one eye closed, and I will make mincemeat of you, buddy. I'm not confused in the slightest bit. Who do you think you're talking to? There's always an idiot who's never served in the military who has something to say, says Robert. It's funny. You don't know a thing about me. How do you know I've never served in the military? What gave you that idea? I think you're right, and I think that idiot is you. Amanda says, yes, today because of the tariffs. Yes, the tariffs. Now, that's an interesting topic of conversation. Tariffs are going to scare people for a little while. Tariffs are going to make things rough for a little while because nobody's expecting it and because they're not prepared for it. But it is the right thing to do. They've been putting tariffs on us for 100 years now. So it's time we turn the tables. And I promise you, they're not prepared for it. They're not expecting it. So when the tariffs are placed on them, they're going to grumble, they're going to threaten, they're going to lash out, and then they're going to crumble and do exactly what's requested of them to do. Write it down that I said so. It's only going to be a problem for a cycle. And then things will start going in the right direction. Promise it will. Amanda says, hi, Robert, welcome. And Dennis Bigfoot says, but that's worldwide, so it's moot. True. Monkey Juice says, one day hit all-time low tariffs caused it. Nowhere. Not in a depression. Really? Interesting. I was at the grocery store a little while ago, and there was food everywhere. I don't think you know what the word depression means. I don't think you know what bad times are. I don't think you're old enough to understand famine and hardship. I think you're just an entitled child who sees a number and a woman with a short haircut and big red glasses on TV whining about how bad things are, and I think you feel a certain way about it. I also think that if you got out into the real world, it would surprise you. It's not what you think it is. Dennis says, news is trying to make Trump look bad. Fact. Yes. And it's not just the news. It's everyone. The entire system is against what he's trying to do, which ultimately is, and this is the nutshell, he's trying to break us out of the global initiative where all global people, the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, all those people, they're all trying to build a society that's based on the entire globe under one roof. That's not going to work. That's what the Bible says is the end of times. That's when the one world currency and the one world government, the one world religion comes into play. They're trying to do that. Donald Trump is trying to go the opposite direction. That's ultimately what the problem with him is. And all the bad stuff and all the divide and all the people that get on this side or that side and can't see reality because they're too busy puppeting what somebody said on TV, they don't see any of that. They're missing the forest for the trees. All they can see is the minutia of what we're arguing about, which is on the news, which isn't the story. That's what they want you fighting about. That's the bread and circuses. What's actually happening out here, you don't even hear about it. You have to see it with your own eyes. That's the only way you find out about it, because they're not talking about it. So that's what the problem is. He's trying to not be in the global system, and the global system is trying to induct America into it. And he's the bad apple that's going to upset the apple cart. And yes, they're all trying to make him, they've tried to kill the man. They've tried everything they could. They've tried to ruin him. They've tried to arrest him. They've tried to impeach him. They've tried to ruin him. They've tried to humiliate him. They've tried to emasculate him. They've tried everything that they can think of, and nothing is working because that man was put here for that reason. He can take it. What they put him through would have destroyed anybody else 10 times over. And he just rolls right off his back like nothing. Amanda says, exactly, Dennis. And Monkey says, United States stock market, not worldwide. The Great Depression was the United States. It was worldwide, but the United States too. Mr. P, God bless y'all. Stay up. What's up, Mr. P? Long time no see, buddy. How you doing? Hope all is well with you. And then it says the depression. Look it up, bud. Yeah. Amanda says Trump is going to have the stock booming soon, like he did the first time. I hope so. I don't know if he can. I honestly don't know if it's fixable. But if it's fixable, he'll fix it. That man is a shrewd businessman. He knows how to make money. If I was you, I'd listen to him. And Monkey Juice says, that's inflation you're talking about. I'm talking about all of it, Monkey Juice. I'm not using buzzwords to describe what I've lived through in more than one occasion. You see, I'm old enough to remember lines that go for miles because there were gas wars going on. I remember running out of gas and having to wait to get more. You don't remember that. I remember it. I was there. Amanda says, hi, Mr. P. And Dennis says, the stock market is worldwide. Right. Right. It's not just American. That was my point. Amanda says, Monkey, Trump is bringing the prices down slowly, but they are moving down, not up. Right. That's inflation. Going the opposite direction. Monkey Juice says, that's what I said, Dennis. Dennis Bigfoot says, Google the Depression of 1929. Yeah, and go to images and just look at what people looked like in those days and tell me if you actually see that now. You don't. Monkey Juice says, recession before depression. Okay. Spoken like a true college kid. Dennis says, I know of what I speak, buddy. I'm older than Jake and have a 131 IQ. Wow. Go, Dennis. Monkey says, I'm older than Jake also. You don't sound like you're older than me. I think in this case, age might be relative. Drop my cigarette. And Dennis says, it don't sound like it in my opinion. It don't sound like it in my opinion either. You sound like you're 27. You're talking like a 27-year-old. I don't mean that to offend you. That's just the way I perceive you. Mr. P says, and I can piss further than both of y'all. Probably. Monkey Juice says, do you watch the news? I have seen the news, but I try very hard to avoid the news. Because the news, regardless of which channel you're watching, whether it be Fox or MSDNC, their job seems to be personality. It didn't used to be that way, or at least we didn't perceive it that way. It used to be about delivering the facts. That's why everybody had that certain way of talking, you know, because they didn't want to have a personality in there. They wanted it to be mechanical so that you felt like you could trust the information because it wasn't being swayed by a personality or an opinion. That changed when Bill Clinton took all of the media complexes down to six companies. And when they did that, news went private. And when it went private, it turned into opinion pieces and not the news. So now all news, especially the ones on cable channels, are opinion driven. They have personalities at the head. They are reality TV shows. And their job is not to deliver the news. It is to create an emotion, to create a group of people that think a certain way. And there's little sections of them, and it's very much deliberate. They're doing it on purpose because when they divide people along lines such as race or economy or class or whatever, you want to draw a line between somebody rich and poor, you know, gay or straight, LGBTQIAP+++, TT, ABCD, all of that. That's all that is dividing people along lines so that you argue. That's the whole goal of the news, is to make you argue with somebody like me and you are arguing right now. And then while you're arguing, they do whatever they want to do. And you don't see it because you're too busy focused on this thing that pissed you off. Like your 401k nonsense or whatever it may be. If you're the kind of person that puts a flag or a pronoun in your title of your Facebook page, you're the problem. Because that's exactly what the news is designed to do. So I try very hard to stay away from it myself. I get my information mostly from the source or from people like myself who are discussing it with earnest intrigue. They just want to know. They're looking for it. They might not have all the answers. They might not know all the details, but they are looking. And they are trying to discuss it rationally with another human being. That's where I get my information from. I don't like the news because I don't like being catered to corners. I don't like being pushed in an ideology. I don't like people telling me how I'm supposed to think or feel about something. Just give me the information and I'll decide how I think or feel about it. I am, for lack of a better word, a sovereign human being. Dennis says, for the weather, the rest is garbage. Fact. The weather's garbage, too. If you want to know why the weather is, look outside. Dennis says, owned by those who want to control you. Yes. Total BS. Yes. Big Pharma owns the news. We just look at at the end where they say sponsored by. Brought to you by Pfizer. Brought to you by Moderna. Brought to you by Johnson & Johnson. What do you need to know? What more do you need to see? We live in a carefully crafted facade, which is designed to elevate you outside of the world you actually live in and paint a picture of a world you don't actually live in and convince you that you live there. That's what the world does. That's why the devil runs this place, because he's trying to deceive you. Now, if you're smart enough to not be deceived, you will seek other forms of information than the news, and then television, then movies. You can learn a lot by watching movies, but not by watching the story that's being told. Watch what's happening around the story that's being told by the people. Watch the people. And you learn a lot of things. Dennis says, all of it's bullshit. I agree. Everything is bullshit. And the more you look, the worse it gets. And that's why YouTube does the censorship. Yes. Because they, too, are trying to control the narrative. But here's the problem. When you give people the keys to the car and an open road, they tend to want to go where they haven't been before. They tend to want to push boundaries and see what they can get away with. That's the nature of people. They didn't expect that. And then all of a sudden there were 10,000 videos of flat earth and space ain't real and dinosaurs are a myth and all of that stuff. And they didn't like it. They didn't like people thinking for themselves. You know why I like flat earthers? Because they're thinking of something different. Do I think they're right? No, of course I don't. But they're at least thinking. And they'll eventually come to the right conclusion because that's how thought works. You think, you analyze, you come at something earnestly, and then you jump to a conclusion at the end. And that's where knowledge is. You can't get to knowledge if you're not allowed to think about the problem. Right? How do we know the earth ain't flat? Because somebody thought about it. But they asked the question. That's how they found out it wasn't that. So, yeah, I like flat earthers because they're asking questions. And some of them are pretty damn smart. Go watch them. They're actually got some pretty good explanations as to why they think what they think. Some of them are complete hooey. Some of them are government opposition that are put out there to make them look bad, like the Flat Earth Society. Don't listen to anything those people say. But like earnest people that are genuinely asking questions, trying to figure it all out, I like that. Yes, it's silly. Yes, it happened years and years and years ago, and now it's happening again, and it'll happen again, too, because we don't stop thinking, and we don't stop making people. And every time we make a person, that person's going to grow up and start thinking. So it's going to keep happening. Here's the thing, though. Collectively, we all sort of lean in a direction because we're all learning. And then we get the benefit of other people who have learned, and we get to hear what they've learned, and we don't have to learn it. We just take their word for it. That's how wisdom works. You gain it. You accrue it over time. That's what this channel's all about. Collecting people that think, collecting people that argue and can remain friends, because argument causes everybody that's watching the argument to start thinking. Say you and I are arguing about 401k and neither one of us are right. Let's imagine that. I know it's hard to believe that I'm not right about something, but let's just imagine it. That neither one of us are correct in our arguments, but we're both passionately arguing about something we firmly believe is true. Well, there's 165 people watching this argument, and half of them are into it, and half of them are smart. How many moments do you think will go by before one of them begins to analyze the argument and think about both sides and see who's right and wrong? They're not in the argument, so they can look at it objectively. They can hear both sides of the argument and then start thinking about what they know. And maybe they know something that nobody else in the chat knows, including the two people that are arguing. And when we've exhausted our argument and we're at the bottom, this guy pops in with an answer that nobody thought about. And now everybody in the room is smarter because we had an argument that neither one of us were right about. That's what I'm after. That's what I want. Promoting a good conversation can change the world because good conversations cause people to think. We promote thought, and thought changes the world. That's what I'm after. Don't you like helping me? Bill Bennett says RFK was a Democrat and his party left him. Yes. And he's left, but not a teetotaler. Right. Well, he is part of that system, and he would have been happy to stay part of that system, but they abandoned him because he thought for himself. How dare you think for yourself? He's got some ideas that they don't share because right now it's politically expedient to think the opposite. And you'll see all the little lemurs jump on the bandwagon with that political expedience and think the opposite, regardless of any thought they may have. They won't even espouse it. They'll just fall in line because that's what Democrats do. Robert Kennedy didn't. And now he's a Republican because we welcomed him with open arms because that's what Republicans do. We're out there to make the world better. We may not all be right about it. There may be some kooks among us, but that's the whole goal is to make the world better. That's what we're trying to do. So be wise about who you hate if you're a lefty. Dennis says he really cares about the people, in my opinion. Yeah, and he's very smart when it comes to medical stuff. He's done a lot of research into that subject for whatever reason. And I, for one, am happy he's there in that position because I think Trump is right. I think that's where he'd do the most good, right there as the health guy. Dennis says he's removed a lot of poison from our food. I don't know if he's done it yet or not, but he's thinking about it and talking about it. I hope he's done it. I hope that a lot of this yellow dye number 5 and all of these unpronounceable ingredients and things that really are bad for you, I hope he gets all of that out. And I hope that we outlaw things like fluoride in the water. What? How dare you? How could you outlaw fluoride? It makes your teeth white. Anything that requires a hazmat suit to administer to the water, I don't want to drink. Maybe it's just me. And Dennis says, yes, and stereotypes divide us. They can. They can divide us, but it's also a good way to group people together. Everything can divide you if it's used as a weapon. But the smarter of us, and I'd like to think that there are some smarter people out there, and I know a few of the guys, like there's a few black guys on TV on YouTube that have just had enough of this black and white hate thing, and they've started being sarcastic about it, and I like it. I like it when they do that. LFR Family is one of those guys. Go listen to that guy. He's a smart cookie. I like that guy. He basically just listens to music and puts his opinion out there about different things, but he's thinking. That's what he's doing. He's thinking while he's doing that. He's building a community much like mine. He's using music as an avenue, but he's thinking. And that's what I want to see more of that. I want to see more of these young people doing the thinking, trying to figure out the world in a positive way. It's enough of the everybody gets a trophy mentality. Enough of that. Let's stop that. It's just about made people insufferable. Dennis says, I personally love everybody. Yeah, I don't. I hate everybody. Just about everybody. Hate's a strong word. I like people. I don't like persons. Does that make sense? I'm antisocial. I've never been good one-on-one with people. I guess that's why I'm an entertainer, because I can handle a crowd. I can talk to a whole crowd of people like they're one-on-one. But you put me in a room with that crowd of people, like if I'm in there amongst them, I stick out like a sore thumb. I don't have a clue what to do or how to act or how to be around people. I don't socialize very well. I guess I missed that class. But for whatever reason, I'm totally comfortable in front of everybody. So that's why I play guitar for a living, you know. I wish I was one of those people that just genuinely happy and bubbly and able to talk, not know a stranger, you know, those types. I'm not that guy. And Dennis says, I might despise what they do, though, but I love them. Well, you're supposed to hate the sin and not the sinner. That's good that you are that way. Dennis says, or is that with a Z? Despise? I think it's a S. I don't remember. I think it's an S. I think you spelled it right. Exactly, Jake. Says Dennis, two rich people. Right on. It's despise. I thought it was. Amanda says, hang on a second. Your chat's going to jump and leave you lost. There we go. Amanda says, Jake, your little shit is awake and being rotten. Well, bring her here. I'll take her. Bill Bennett says, good night, Untethered Live family. God bless. Bill, God bless you, sir. Thank you for being here. We'll see you tomorrow night for some politics. I'm about ready to go to bed myself as soon as I get to the bottom of this chat. Amanda says, good night, Bill. And Dennis says, night, Bill. And John says, good night, Bill. Be safe, brother. And Dennis says, I've been on the level for almost 30 years. Have you? I know what that means. Monkey Juice says, God damn it, 401k is a private stock between you and your employer. God damn it, I don't care. It's still not that important. Okay, Jake, give me all your money and tell me how happy you are. Well, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but I basically work for free. I'm not making a killing here, buddy. Maybe you should hit that super chat every now and then, help a brother out. Then I would have money to negotiate with. Basically, I consider what I do to be valuable in other ways, so I don't charge for it. It is available. If you want to help, you can hit the super chat button or throw a little bit on my Cash App and help me pay my light bill, because I do a lot of work for your entertainment. However, there's no price tag, and so I can't give you all my money because I don't have any. What I have is wisdom, and I give it to you freely, and you have it. All you got to do is talk. And I'm pretty happy. So, I don't understand what you're getting at. Amanda says, yes, Monkey, and your employer matches it to some degree. If your employer can match it. And then one day your employer goes bankrupt and your 401k disappears. It's not guaranteed. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. It's kind of a gamble. But you shouldn't be putting your money in places other than your pocket, in my opinion. Amanda says, it is a retirement plan outside of Social Security. Right. Dennis says, and they invest it in things. That's how the stock market affects it. Duh. Right. Well, just like with a bank, if you put $1 million in the bank account and then go back tomorrow and say, I'd like to withdraw $1 million, you can't. They don't have it because that money gets dispersed and used for many different things, and you get a number. And that number is in good faith your $1 million. Now, they would have to collect that $1 million to give it back to you. They'd have to get it out of here and out of there and out of there and out of there, and it's going to hurt everybody, which is why they don't encourage you to do that. When you have a bank account, they want you to keep the money in the bank so that they can use it. But they don't have $1 million sitting there. It's a number in a system. Try and understand. Keep up with me. So 401k is much like that. When you put money from your hard-earned paycheck into 401k, whatever you have it set to do, that money goes into dividends for other things. It is not sitting in a locker with your name on a tag in a bag. It's out there in the world circulating. And if you reach the point where you actually collect it, they have to pull it all together and then write you a check, which that number will be transferred to another bank, which then that number will become a good faith number that says you have this much money. But the cash isn't there. You understand that? That's why they pay in paychecks. Monkey Juice says, WTF, Biden's stock market was just fine. Okay. I can't help you if you can't see reality, Monkey Juice. If you're just going to say things that have no value, you might as well be saying gibberish. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but there was nothing about Biden's administration that was just fine. Not one thing. Not in any metric. It was a disaster all the way around. The stock market before he became president was just fine. In fact, it was hitting record highs every day. It was breaking the record every single day, right up until the day he took office, and then it tanked. I was there, I remember it. And it took a while for it to come back up to normal. And from that point forward, it stayed pretty level low. It was not breaking records. Nobody was making money hand over fist, I assure you. There was nothing just fine about his candidacy his presidency, his administration. Nothing was fine about it. It was chaos from start to finish. If you can't see that, I can't help you. That means you have drank the Kool-Aid and you believe whatever them people tell you. But you haven't seen any of it with your own eyes. Because if you have, if you actually went out and bought some eggs, then you would know it's ridiculous. It shouldn't be that way. Prices of gas, for example. I remember it being $1.50 when Trump left office. Within a week, it was $2. Within a month, it was $3, and it kept going up till it hit $4 and $5. Why? Because the day one, he shut down that pipeline that was bringing all that oil in. Day two, he sold all the reserves that we have. That was there's a cave out in the Midwest somewhere that's full of barrels of oil, and we use that as a buffer. Like if we have a lot of that, we can change the price of oil because we have oil to back it up. We have oil. It's like a Federal Reserve kind of. There's oil there, so we can trade on the idea that we have the oil, right? I'm not exactly sure how they do it, but it's something to that effect. He sold it all. It's empty. There's none there. Trump has to rebuild that. It's going to take a while. There's a lot of oil that goes in that cave. Now, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, help me out because I'm not an expert on what they're doing out there, but I assure you it plays on the price of gas that we have that oil. It's like an emergency tank, you know. It's excess oil that we could utilize if we need it, and we use that to trade on. He sold it all. It's gone. Empty. You think that's just fine? Amanda says, LOL, Biden's stock market was shit. And Monkey says, yeah, look it up now. Today is the worst day in 10 years. Amazing. Amazing. If I had money, I would be buying stocks right now because I'm smart. I recognized what happened before. Do you know how many millionaires were made the first month Trump was in office the first time? Do you even know? He created something like 100 millionaires because those people had the sense to invest when everybody was saying he was going to tank the stock market. How everybody on the news and all the experts were saying that he was crazy. He didn't know what he was doing. And this is bad for America. And everybody was dumping. And when they did, these 100 guys bought a lot of stock with just a little bit of money. I mean, they bought it pennies on the dollar because people were dumping it. And when Trump got to business, that stock market went up through the roof and stayed there for 4 years. Stayed through the roof for 4 years. And those guys made millions of dollars because they were smart enough to see that the narrative was wrong. Just like when you look at the polls, well, the polls say Kamala Harris is going to win this thing. She's got it in the bag. There's old ladies going out buying champagne. They're celebrating. She's got it in the bag until she lost. And everybody was shocked and horror and fear and surprise and anger. People like me knew it was going to happen. From day one, I knew Trump was going to win because I see America. I see the people, and they're not buying what the narrative is selling. They're not buying it. Regular people are tired of it. They're exhausted. They just want something good to happen. They want a day that we're not embroiled in some kind of war. They want a day where somebody isn't yelling at them about how terrible of a person they are because of some immutable characteristic they have no control over. That's what regular people, normal people are thinking about. They don't give a shit about 401k or whatever's going on The View. Not even a little bit. They care about how much their eggs cost. That's it. They care about how much gas costs. They care about how much daycare costs. Yeah, you need to pay attention to what normal people are looking at. And it ain't what MSDNC is screaming from the rooftops. Please look it up, says Muggy Juice. Well, to be honest with you, I don't care. Don't have a dog in that fight. I don't care what the stock market looks like today or any other day. It doesn't matter to me. It's not going to affect my life. So I'll look it up, sure, but it's not going to mean anything to me. Amanda says, but in his first 60 days as president, the stock markets have dropped like a rock, and the S&P 500 is down 7%. The Dow Jones has dropped 6%, and NASDAQ has plummeted 10%. It's about face from Trump. Yeah, think about that. That was Biden's first 60 days in office. Everything went down. At least 10%. Amanda says, first term, when the major stock indexes all jumped about 5% in the first 2 months. And Dennis says, I think he watches news too much. I think so, too. That's kind of what I've been saying. That news is not the truth. It is a perspective that has some truth in it. But they basically spin everything to fit a narrative. And that narrative is prescribed from people you've never met or never heard, don't know the names of. But when they get the narrative, they take everything that happens collectively and find little elements of it to talk about, and they put that and spin it so that it all tells a story. But that story isn't really happening. That's not what the real world looks like. It's their little narratives on both sides. Everywhere you look, that's what you get. If it bleeds, it leads. That's an old expression. And John says, even eggs have gone down in price in America, as Trump said it would. Yes, everything he said would happen has happened or is happening. Everything. Monkey Juice says, understand the comment before you shit on me. I'm not shitting on you, Monkey Juice. I'm shitting on the idea that you have learned from the news. I'm not shitting on you at all. I like you. Why would I shit on you? Monkey Juice says, Jake. That's my name. Amanda says, gas has come down too. Yeah, but not enough. It's got more to go. There's no reason we couldn't pay $1.50 for gas, or even $1. There's no reason. We got plenty of oil. The problem is EPA and all the little red tape and all the nonsense that the government does, some of what Doge is trying to get rid of, all of those things make it impossible to get the oil that we have. There's enough oil in America, we could live off of it for the next 5,000 years. Let's be conservative. We can live off of it for the next 1,000 years. I happen to believe that oil replenishes, and I've got some evidence to prove that. But suppose that there's a limited amount, right? Suppose that whatever's there, that's all you get. There is no more after that. For the next 1,000 years, we could operate full blast in this country with the oil that we have currently, right now. If we could frack, and if we could drill, and if we had refineries operating in America. Why don't we? They're there. There's quite a few of them in Texas, but only 2 of them are functioning. Why? There's a lot of refineries in Texas, a lot of them, like 900 of them, but only 2 of them are actually doing any business. Why? Only 2 of them can refine oil that's been fracked. Like the crude oil, the stuff you got to get out of the dirt. Interesting. It's because of regulations and red tape and money-making schemes and wind and solar and all that nonsense, battery-powered cars and so forth. The system is rigged to stay right where it's at and then allow everybody around it to get rich off of it, all the people that are in positions of power. That's what it's designed to do. Doge is trying to break that cycle and pare it down to the bare essentials, where they might have 50 people running a department. He wants to cut it down to 2 or eliminate the department altogether if it's not necessary. That's what Doge is doing. And I hope they are successful. I hope they are able to bring down the waste to a point where we're actually getting some bang for our buck, to where the money that goes in is actually being spent where we think it should be going, like roads and schools and hospitals and things like that, infrastructure. Instead of over half of it going overseas to some nonsense, we want it spent here. That's why we pay taxes. We don't know that shit's going on. If they'd have told us that, we wouldn't pay the taxes. Where Social Security, if we can get that back to where it actually gives people that are alive money, more money, like veterans, for example, who the minute you go to war, that should be it. No more taxes. You get a house when you come home, and all your bills are paid. You gave your life for everybody else's freedom, or you offered it. Whether some people lose their legs, some people die. But if you come back alive, the government should take care of all of your needs from then on out. That's my opinion. And tax money should do that. Now, there's enough of it to do that, but we're not doing it. We're making Sesame Street for the Iraqis, but we're not taking care of the vets. Why? Let's take that money back. Make them pay us for our protection, and then give that money to the vets so that they have a place to live and their doctors are paid for and they have some kind of well life. Show appreciation for them offering their life for our freedom. That's what I think we should do. We have enough money going overseas that we could cure homelessness 3 times over. Nobody's even considered it. They ain't got the money for that. How many houses do you think you could build with $1 billion? $1 billion. How much property do you think you could buy and build houses on, little houses, for $1 billion? I'm telling you a true thing, that there's enough money this year going overseas to some nonsense that you don't even know about, that it could build a house for every American citizen alive today. They could have a house built and live in it with the money that's going overseas this year. There's enough money to do that. I think the biggest problem about money is that we don't understand what $1 trillion is. We hear the word, but I don't think you really grasp what $1 trillion is. If you had a visual of what $1 trillion is, it would blow your mind. There's a whole lot more money than we're aware of floating around. And I've been thinking about this for a while, and I assure you that we don't have a concept of how much money America makes every year, how much we use, how much we spend, how much circulates through the system, how much everybody gets individually. There's no concept of how much that is. And if you saw it, it would probably blow your mind, or at least humble you a little. Dennis says, it's a discussion, Monkey. No one is shitting on you. Right. Monkey says, not here in Mount Dora, Amanda, actually went up 19 cents. Where's Mount Dora? Fact. I'm out, says Monkey Juice. Well, don't run. Just because the conversation ain't going your way don't mean that you got to run. John says, message retracted. Amanda says, it's come down here 25 cents already, and eggs have come down almost $2. Excellent. JG, watch your mouth. I do like chicken, but I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer, no. Amanda says, oh, Lord, Monkey, argue the point instead of running. Right on. Dennis Bigfoot says people are price gouging everything. Yes, they are. It's ridiculous, and that ought to be illegal. Amanda says, hi, JG, welcome. Watch your mouth. 131 plus. Right on, Dennis. And John says, the World Health are in debt by $2.3 billion. It's all a con. The World Health Organization? I don't doubt it. They're interested in some silly things. But you go over and watch one of those meetings. Has anybody here ever watched the World Health Organization or whatever they've allowed to be filmed? It's like watching a Bond villain prepare for world domination. It really is. It's freaky. Those people are on a whole nother level of crazy. Amanda says, and that's why Doge is cleaning all that shit up here. Well, I don't know how successful Doge is going to be. I know that there's a large proportion of people whose interest in this world is to keep things going the way they're going, to keep status quo where it is. And I don't know if they're going to be able to clean some of it up. I think some very powerful people have an interest in keeping things the way they are. And so wide-eyed, bushy-tailed people come in and start slashing and hacking at their little system that they built over the past 50 years. They might not be very happy about it, and some things might happen. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work out, but I'm praying for the best, and I really hope that they can do some good. Thomas Smith says, hello from the UK. Hello, Thomas Smith. We got some fellow Brits in here. How are you, Thomas? Welcome to the show. Come in. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Who are you, where you're from, and what do you want to talk about? The floor is yours. Amanda says, hi, Thomas. Welcome. USA here. Floating Bus says, hello from Houston. Hello, Floating Bus. Welcome to the show. Houston. Nice this time of year, eh? Is it true that everything is bigger in Texas? If so, I might need to move to Texas. Amanda says, hi, Floating. Welcome. North Carolina here. Dennis says, North Carolina here too. Right on. And Dennis says, they might be, honestly. They might be. Colin Hill, the middle. What's up, Colin? Colin says, hi. Dennis says, there are a lot of them, about 40% of people, right? And Amanda says, hi, Colin. Dennis says, I don't know for sure, and I think it's probably flat. The earth, right? Well, the way I look at it is, as far as we're concerned, it is. You'll never be able to see it in any other way. Wherever you are, it's flat. So you might as well think of it that way. It's not, but it's a very big place. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that even in the space station, they can't see the curvature of the earth. They're too close to it. If my arm is the earth surface, the tip of the hair on my arm is where the space station is in relationship to the earth. Now, imagine yourself right there on the tip of that hair looking down at my arm and tell me what you could see of it, even though it curves quite nicely right here and right here. Tell me if this guy can see it. Perspective, it's a bitch, and you can't hide from that truth. So as far as you're concerned, it is flat. That's the way I see it. That being said, I have never personally went up above the clouds other than one time in an airplane, and I was 30,000 feet. I didn't see any curvature there, but that was 30,000 feet. That's about where the clouds are, and they all float in a singular direction for the most part. So I can't tell you what the earth looks like. I can't tell you if it's purple or green because I've never seen it with my own eyes. I can tell you what I've inferred from studying, and I can tell you what I can see outwardly, other objects that are Earth-like, what they do, and what I can perceive of them from where I'm standing. I can tell you what other scientists have said. I can tell you what the statistics are. I can repeat a bunch of shit that I've read in books and memorized. But that's not knowledge, though, is it? How many people would admit that to you face to face? Here's the truth. Just because you are good at repeating something doesn't mean that you have any knowledge. It doesn't mean you know anything. It means that you're good at copying somebody that knew something. Or probably they learned it from a book too. That's the truth. Real knowledge is firsthand. You have to learn it while you're doing it. That's real knowledge. And we all have some of that. But if you want to consider yourself smart and worldly, world-traveled, wise, then you have to experience some shit. You can't just read it in a book. Amanda says, well, Dennis, it's flat as far as we can see. Well, there you go. And Dennis says, there is a firmament, in my opinion. Well, definitely, there is a firmament. That's a fact. What that is debatable. I'll tell you what I know to be true. What I know to be true is that gas requires a container. If you put gas in a vacuum, it disperses until it equalizes pressure evenly. That's how vacuums work. So if you have this much oxygen, and you put it in a room full of vacuum, that oxygen will spread out all over the place until every square inch is the same amount of oxygen. It's even all the way through. That's how vacuums work. It evens everything out. So we live on a ball that is full of gas, oxygen and nitrogen and helium and all the other stuff in the atmosphere. And it just stays here while this whole thing is in a vacuum that's the size of infinite. We don't have any idea how far space goes. One of two things is true. Either we are not in a vacuum, and that's incorrect, or this is a closed system, like a jug with a lid on it. A closed system is the only way gas will stay in the atmosphere while inside of a vacuum. If you think I'm wrong about that, take you a can, an aluminum can, like a old paint thinner can, and blow air into it and then close the lid till it's nice and taut. And then take that can and tie it to a concrete block and drop it in a lake and follow it down. Maybe you can put a camera on it too. Guess what's going to happen when it reaches neutral buoyancy, when it reaches the depth that the outside is as pressured as the inside. And then once that outside pressure becomes more than the inside pressure, guess what happens to the gas inside of it, the oxygen you blew into it? It comes out. It has to. Because if you keep pushing it down and the pressure on the outside becomes greater than the gas can contain on the inside, the gas comes out. And when it comes out, it disperses until it's even in the water. It vanishes because it's perfectly thin in the water. Every square inch of the water has the same amount of that oxygen in it as far as it can go until there's no more oxygen to spread. As thin as it can be spread, it is spread. That's called an implosion. That happens because gas in a vacuum disperses and equalizes. That's what it does in every scenario. There's no thing that can alter that happening. Gravity won't stop that from happening. A black hole won't stop that from happening. There is no metric by which gas will not disperse and become even in a vacuum without being inside of a container. That's the only way you can put gas in a vacuum and keep it there, is to have it in a closed system. So either we're in a closed system or this is not a vacuum. One of those things is true. It has to be. That I know. What does that mean? Nothing, as far as I know, because people hadn't put a lot of thought into it beyond that. But there you go. Amanda says, well, Dennis is flat as far as we can see. And Dennis says there's a firmament, in my opinion. Dennis says NASA does use 95% of all the helium. Fact. Yes, I believe I've reported on that. I believe I made a point of pointing that out one time. Kind of interesting, isn't it? What do they use all of that helium for? And it's not 95% of NASA's budget goes to helium. It's all the helium in the world. 95% of it goes to NASA. Why? What do they do with it? As far as I know, it's not a ingredient in rocket fuel. Amanda says, yes, they do. And for what? Why? I don't know. Inquiring minds want to know. Amanda says, Dennis, do you know who has the biggest investment in glitter? There's a rabbit hole I went down a couple months ago, and let me tell you, it ain't who you think it is. Dennis says all the photos are artist renderings. Fact, true. Yeah, why is it that in 2025, in the world of 4K, 8K, Dolby surround sound, digital footage, cameras so small you could put them on the head of a pin, and they are 8K. How come we don't have a 24-hour stream of the Earth from the moon or in the other direction? Why is that? Why don't we have any actual photographs, like from a camera, of the Earth? You telling me that not one astronaut brought their cell phone to take pictures out of the window of the space station? Not one? Ever? We don't have any photos. They're all artist renders. They're all digital copies of photographs. Why is that? That is weird. And Dennis says, no. Amanda says, absolutely, Dennis. And they're all taken through fisheye lenses, too, which has a natural curve to it, and it makes anything look curved. True. Why is it that all the pictures from the space station are through a fisheye lens? Why is that? Who told NASA that it was better to take a fisheye lens picture than a 4K direct widescreen shot? Why is that? I don't know the answer to that. Amanda says, boat paints, boat companies. Yeah, they are one of the biggest ones. Another one, though, is military. Military has a big account with big glitter. And then it says, and Neil Armstrong admitted that in 1969 Live was a reenactment. I don't know about that one. I haven't heard him say that. I did hear Buzz Aldrin say that they didn't go to the moon, but he was drunk, so he has plausible deniability. I didn't hear Neil Armstrong say that. What I heard, the last thing I heard him say was when he was giving a speech to a bunch of young kids at some kind of graduation ceremony or something like that, and he said that we had to uncover one of truth's secretive layers, something like that, some nonsense he was saying. Very Masonic in the way he said it. And basically what he was saying is we're depending on this next generation to uncover truth that we've hidden quite well in many layers. That's basically what he said, and that was a weird thing to say at a graduation ceremony for a bunch of kids. Why did he say that? That's a weird thing to say. Dennis says, in a studio, too many flaws to lie about. Space may be the final frontier, but it's filmed in a Hollywood basement. Dream of Californication. Yeah, there's a lot of flaws in those pictures. And the reason for that, and I'll tell you what the reason is, because in 1969, absolutely no one on planet Earth could have foresaw Photoshop. Nobody could have saw that coming. Back then, a picture was worth 1,000 words because it's all you had. And they didn't have the knowledge or the technology to edit pictures like that. They did, but we don't. Back in Stalin's days, Joseph Stalin had some pictures photoshopped, basically, and where he would remove enemies that he would taken pictures with. But that was a rare instance. Most people did not know how to do that, and you had to be like a world leader with the money of a country to be able to do something like that. A regular guy in his basement couldn't do it. But nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw digital video coming either. They all had the Super 8 cameras and the 35 millimeter cameras, and that's the best technology we had. And nobody foresaw digital video. And when things went digital, a lot of things became very apparent very quickly, and that's why a lot of footage vanished. I don't know if you know this or not. Here's a true fact. All 100% of the telemetry and video that was taken during the moon landing, all of it is gone. They don't have it. Don't believe me? Do a FOIA, do a Freedom of Information Act, and request footage from any of those events. You won't find it. You won't get it because it doesn't exist. They sold it. Quote unquote, they sold a metric ton of videotapes at a flea market. A metric ton of VHS tapes they sold at the flea market. And who'd they sell it to? Nobody knows. Where are those people coming? Hey, look what I bought at the flea market. None. Not one. They vanished. Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it? Amanda says, I saw that video too, Dennis. Moon landing is bullshit. Who in the hell is going to the moon in an aluminum foil contraption? Not me. Yeah, the moon lander looks like a meth head built a treehouse. It just does. Don't believe me? Go look at it. Look at it up close. You can see Scotch tape on it, holding it together. It's made out of curtain rods and Scotch tape and tinfoil. Weird. Dennis says, who was filming the two astronauts? Right? Who took that picture, that iconic picture of the lander taking off from the moon where it pans up and watches it go up in the air? Who did the panning on that camera? Are you telling me that was automatic? Did they have automatic pan and scan in those days? I think not. What about the phone call to Richard Nixon on a landline from the surface of the moon, despite the fact that we have a roster of everything they took on that mission, and in that roster there is no subspace amplifier of any kind, no satellite dish of any kind. The only communication device they had was directly tied to Houston, the control center, and back. And they had spotty at best communications that sounded like the clicks and the broken words. Yet they were able to make a phone call to the Oval Office in real time from the surface of the moon on a landline. Now, you'd have to be from 1969 to see why that's important, but they didn't have technology like we have today. They didn't have cell phone towers. They had switchboards, and everything had to be connected via a wire. Tell me how that was done. I'd like to know. And then it says the third was supposedly circling them in orbit. Yeah, I saw that footage too, where they were pretending to be 150,000 miles out. They were halfway to the moon, and then the little thing falls out of the window, and you could see the Earth right there. They were right there in orbit, but they had a transparency in the window that made the Earth look like a half. It looked like the equator. I mean, the Terminator line where light and dark meet. So it took a round window, and from a old video camera that looked like the Earth in the distance in space where the background was blacked out, and they put a transparency to make it look like it had a Terminator line. And so they just made a window look like the Earth in camera and turned all the lights out so it would look like it was in space. And that's the picture that everybody has of the Earth, by the way, the window of the lunar orbiter. Yeah. And then you can hear both channels of the communication, which they were only supposed to be recording one for the film, but you could hear NASA telling them when to talk and what to say and all that in the background. It's pretty interesting. Amanda says, hold on. Am I a moon denier? No. I absolutely think we went to the moon. I just don't think they showed it on national television. That's all. I think that if you're a general and NASA is a military installation, it is not private sector. It is part of the Air Force. I think if you're a general in the Army and you're wanting to get to the moon because of the space race, because of the camaraderie that we have, or the competitiveness that we had with Russia, the USSR at the time, and we were trying to get there before they did because of the strategic location of the moon, because if you have a battle that is global, you want a spot like the moon to be able to see the battle. It is a strategic military defense position. You don't show that on national television so the enemy can see everything you're doing. Also, they didn't know if they'd make it or not. So why would they televise something where all the astronauts could end up dying live on TV? They wouldn't do that. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So I fully believe we went to the moon. I just don't think you saw it on TV. I think that was 100% fake. Amanda says, yes, and if you pay attention to some of the moon videos, you can see the guide wires in the images. True. And then it says, no stars in the photos. Not one. Well, I understand that one, but I don't understand their explanation for it. Then it says shadows don't match either, right? There are multiple shadow angles, meaning that there's more than one light source, which shouldn't be on the moon. There should only be one light source, the sun. Amanda says, and the cameras were mounted on their chests. No blurry photos or hand images or anything. Bullshit. What she means is the camera that they used in the moon landing, the first one, the 1969 one, was the Hasselblad 35mm camera. Hasselblad is a company out of Germany, and they make good cameras. They are good cameras, but they're very fragile, very handmade cameras that they did not modify. They bought a crate of these cameras from Hasselblad, and Hasselblad reports that they did not request any modifications, and they sent them to them just like they would sell them to you in the store. And then NASA, the only modification they did to the camera was put a handle on it with a trigger so that you could take pictures like shooting a gun, because apparently it's hard to move your fingers in those moon gloves because they're full of oxygen, and it makes it tough, like being inside of a rubber tire trying to bend it when it's full of air. It's very hard to move your fingers. So they wanted you to be able to trigger the camera by hitting a little trigger on a handle. And then they mounted that whole thing to their chest, right here. So chest high is where all the pictures from that moon landing were taken from a camera that was not in any way modified, meaning it was exposed to the vacuum of space while it was there in operation. It went through the Van Allen radiation belts while in operation. It was on the surface of the moon, which is bombarded by cosmic rays because it doesn't have an atmosphere, while in motion, while working. And every single picture that was taken, every single one of them, you can go look at the reels on nasa.gov. You can look at every picture they took. Every single picture is magazine quality perfect, in frame, focused, and well lit, that you can see everything going on exactly as if you just took it and put it on a magazine. Even the airbrushing is done. Explain that to me. I am a photographer. I work with cameras, and I can't do a photo shoot without having at least one with my finger over the lens, or a lens flare, or something that's out of focus, or something that flies in front of the camera when I'm taking a picture and takes the focus off. And even me, I can't do it. They did it. Every roll, every picture, every single picture is magazine quality. I'd just like to know how that is. And all of them from above. All of them. They're like you would set it up in a set. Yet they were mounted to their chest. So not one picture looking up at an astronaut or turning and taking a picture of something happening over there. Nothing. They're all perfectly framed. Explain that. That's a good question to ask. John says, good night, everyone. Have a blessed night or morning. See you tomorrow night. John, God bless you, sir. I'm out too. Dennis says, it means at 17, I got locked up for 9 years. I got out in 97. I've been legit ever since. Well, God bless you there, Dennis. What means that? And you're all right in my book. If you did your time, you've served your debt to society. As far as I'm concerned, you're clean. Amanda says, and how the hell you gonna call from the moon to the president on a landline phone with no delay or anything? Yeah, I remember when they filmed that originally, when they showed it on TV. It was a rerun because I was a little older or a little younger than that. But I remember it did not have a delay. It was a regular conversation. And then recently, I went back and found that footage, and it does have a delay. But they didn't know about the delay back then, so they didn't put it in. Now they know about it. Now they know it takes 8 seconds for a signal to get from the moon to the earth. So now or 4 seconds. It takes 4 seconds. So 4 that way and 4 back. Interesting. Anyway, they didn't know about the Van Allen radiation belts when they went either, but they know now. Nobody's ever explained that one either. You can't go through it right now, though. It'll kill you. But apparently they went through it 11 times in the past. No problem. Nobody dying of cancer. Dennis says, I never hurt anybody, by the way. Just saying, I didn't ask. You're all right in my book. You wouldn't be here if God didn't want you here. I didn't ask what you did. Amanda says, well, shit happens. I'm sorry you went through it, though, Dennis. Right on. And Dennis says, exactly, 100%, Jake. And then it says, sold it to China, too, not us. Right on. Amanda says, the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the SRP or SPR, which stores emergency crude oil in an underground salt caverns, is located at 4 sites along the Gulf Coast, 2 in Texas, Bryan Mund and Big Hill, and 2 in Louisiana, West Hackberry and Bayou Choctaw. That's what I was talking about earlier. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's what I was talking about. He sold all of that. It's all gone. It's empty. Why? Why would you do that? That's actively hurting the country you live in, because that oil helps us keep the prices down. It's almost like they're in it for the money. Then it says Biden was a puppet. Fact. Yes, he was. That's why they have AutoPen, and all of his pardons were signed by AutoPen when he was on vacation. He probably isn't even aware of who he pardoned. If you went up and asked him, he probably doesn't know. There's all the proof you need right there. And still is, Dennis, says Amanda. Yeah, he still is. And Amanda says, because Laura Trump made sure they couldn't mess with the polls this time. Yeah, she was on it. She was in their asses. She got it done. They still cheated, but it was so big they couldn't cheat enough. It didn't matter. Trump won the popular vote. He won the electoral college. The Congress won. All states, all 50 states, every single one of them trended Republican. All of them. Even California went in the right direction. You can't fake that. He's a mandated president. And Dennis says the only states she won don't have voter ID. Fact, right? And Amanda says eggs have dropped 59% since Trump took office. Yeah, they're come back down to a realistic price anyway. Dennis says, I love you, Jake. I love you too, Dennis. True. Thank you for being here. Amanda says, in 2025, the United States imported approximately $3.35 million worth of eggs from Canada in Trump's first 2 weeks. How about that? Dennis Bigfoot says, in the 80s, it was all verbatim, word for word, every channel, controlled programming for the sheeple. It's still that way, Dennis. They do that to this day. Pre-cable TV, right on. And Amanda says, drill, baby, drill. Hell yeah. Dennis Bigfoot says they turned the censorship into the AFDC. Amanda says, Elon has self-sustaining tiny houses for $7,000 a piece. If that's a real thing, I want 2 of them. I'm going to buy 2 of them. Kathy Martinez, unless she's from Georgia, and then it would be Martinez. How are you? Welcome to the show. She says, hey, I have a question. Ask away, Kathy. That's why we're here. Welcome, by the way. Where are you from? Amanda says, hi, Kathy, welcome. And Dennis says, if the government regulates a thing, how could it be free press? Hint, it ain't. Right on. Amanda says, ask Kathy. And Kathy says, what's your opinion on young people going into music industries? You mean just as a general thing? Or are you asking me for advice? Or are you asking me what I think about it? Like, do I like it? Well, sure, I'm a musician myself. And I think young people, if they have the wisdom to go into a business for themselves, they should go into the music industry because it's a good industry to be in. However, you are a young person going into an industry full of sharks that know every ounce of that industry and how to manipulate it to their advantage. And you are unprepared. So you need to hire somebody who knows about this industry if you're going to go into it, like an entertainment lawyer or somebody that has been around the block a few times, because they will take advantage of you and you will end up with nothing. Number one, you need to keep control or ownership of the music that you create or write. Do not ever sign that away for any reason or any promise. They'll promise you the moon. They'll give you a record contract. They'll give you money up front. Don't do it. It ain't worth it. Because in the long run, if that becomes a hit, they get all that money. You don't. You get pennies on the dollar. So keep control of your interests. Never sign anything that you haven't had a lawyer look at first and says it's in your best interest to do. And number three, above all, Do not ever allow them to force you into a mold. If you are an entertainer, if you are an artist, if you are creative in a certain way and people like you and you have a reason to go into the music business, keep what makes you you. Do not let them change you to fit the mold, because all they're going to do is just squish the creativity out of you and you'll be just like every other artist out there. Stay independent as you can and proceed with caution. That's what I think about the music industry. Don't sign deals with Spotify and things like that. The best thing you can do is take 10 years and learn everything there is to know about recording and engineering and sound and quality and all of that. Make your own album and sell it yourself. You will sell less albums because you don't have the reach their record company has, but you get to keep 100% of the profit. That's way better. Trust me. That's my opinion, Kathy, and I hope it helps you. Think about what you do before you do it. Don't just jump into the fantasy of being a rock star, because it ain't that way on the other side. Rock stars are only fabulous to us who watch them. When you are the rock star, it ain't very fabulous on that side of the fence. It's all a mirage. It's all entertainment. Be sure that you know what you're doing before you do it. That's all I'm saying. And good luck. I'd like to hear you. If you're a music person, I'd like to hear what you got. Amanda says he is a musician, and he would probably say, do it, but don't sell your soul to make it famous. That's what I just said. And then it says, yes, I have. You have what? And the World Health Organization is totally corrupt. Fact. Or are you talking about the rock band, The Who? Because they're kind of corrupt too, but I get what you're saying. Dennis Bigfoot says, BS. Right on. And you should be able to see the curvature at 60 miles. Fact. Well, the mathematical equation is 8 inches per mile squared. Something like that. 8 inches per mile squared, or 6 inches per mile squared. I think it's 8. So every mile, the earth should drop 8 inches every mile. If you're from a fixed position going around the earth, when it goes this way, every mile it should drop 8 inches squared. So that'd be 8, 16, 32, 128, whatever it is. I don't know what the numbers are, but squared. And it don't do that. So that leads me to believe one of two things. Either the math is wrong, or the number we've been given for the circumference of the earth is wrong. I've heard 24,000, I've heard 25,000, I've heard 75,000, and I've heard 12,000. Which is it? How big around is the earth at the equator? Exactly. Not a guess. My guess is it's about 24,000 miles round. That being said, the earth is wider at the equator than it is at the poles, so it looks like an egg, a fat egg, if you will, or like an egg that you squish. So that's the way I understand it. It is not a sphere. It is an oblate spheroid, which means it's more like a rock, which is what I gather the earth would be. It's a rock with an atmosphere. So the atmosphere is round, but the earth itself, the dirt, like a piece of gravel. It has flat spots and edges. That's my guess. And Amanda says, your eyes can't even see that far, though. True. Depending on how tall you are, and it does matter at that distance, you can see about 3 miles if you have 20/20 vision. About 3.5 miles if you're above 6 foot tall, something like that. And if you're looking at a plane and you're looking at the trajectory of sight and you realize that you have round eyes, so they are concaved eyes, which then take the light and interpret that into vision upside down and backwards in your brain so that your cerebral cortex has an image from what your eyes are receiving in light. If you take all of that into account, and then you account the fact that we live in an atmosphere of oxygen and other things, which basically is mist, so it's water, so it acts like a magnifying glass if you're looking through water with light refracting through it, it functions like a magnifying glass. That's why inside the atmosphere, the moon looks a certain way, and outside the atmosphere, it looks like a potato in the distance. It doesn't look the same way it does on Earth. So if you take all that into consideration, you can see in one direction on a clear day about 3 miles, and only at 180 degrees. If you have perfect function of the neck and good peripheral vision, you can see 180 degrees in a semicircle in front of you. So all the circles going on with your vision, including the circular notion of your eyes, you can't see a curvature of the earth no matter where you are on it. It's not there. People that swear up and down that I saw the curvature of the earth, no, you didn't. It's an optical illusion because clouds dissipate into the distance, making it seem like there's a curve, but there's not. If you hold a ruler up to the window on your airplane, it is straight across, and that's all you can see is that window of the vision. Now, if you were sitting on the wing, you might could pan around and see something, but you can't. Any camera that's been outside of an airplane at that height, it just looks like a flat plane, and I've got many, many footages to show you that show that. Even from 120,000 feet, which is as high as a balloon can go without popping. 120,000 feet is the limit. That's where the oxygen is so thin that the balloon pops. I've got weather balloon footage at 120,000 feet, and it is as flat as the eye can handle all the way around. As far as your eye can see, it just goes off into the distance, but it does not go around. What does that mean? That means that perspective plays a role in what you can see. You know what a diminishing return is? Have you ever seen train tracks and how they seem to go to a point and go upwards in your vision? Like if you took a picture of it, the train tracks would appear to go up into a point. That is the terminator of your vision. That point is the limit of what you can see. You cannot see beyond that. That is, in fact, the horizon for your visual information. So those two lines that are straight because a train runs on them, they look like they're coming in together like a point. That's called a diminish return. That's a perspective thing. And good artists know how to use that to draw pictures that look like they have depth because all eyes see things in that way. Now, your image of the world is askewed when it goes into your brain. You are not getting an accurate representation of what you're seeing. You're seeing things with perspective, with the diminishing returns, with the horizon, with the light source, with the density of the atmosphere that clouds your vision as it goes. If it's dense or if it's thick, you can see less. And then you have artifacts like heat rising, which causes a mirage effect to occur. All of these things taken into account, you can't see that far. There is no way physically for you to see the curvature of the earth. Even if you were far enough away from it that you could see it in the shape of a ball right in front of your face, you could not see the sides of it. You can only see 30% of it because that's how eyes work. If you held a basketball right in front of your nose and imagine being small enough to stand on it and you could look around, you could actually see as it falls away from your vision as it curves because the ball is this big. If you take that ball and make it 25,000 miles around, you cannot see the edges of it. You can only see 30% of it at any position around it. The rest of it is out of view. So I say, as far as you're concerned, the earth is flat. There's no other way to see it. When you think of an airplane flying, you don't take into account the curvature of the earth or anything else, gravity or anything. You think of it as it's flying on a flat plane in a straight direction. That's how you fly a plane. That's also how you build roads and bridges. You do not curve them to go over the curvature of the earth. You build it relative to the ground it's standing on, which is square. That's why we have sea level. That's why things are built with a level. so that they're perfectly flat and square and true. Every foot is flat, square, and true. And at some point, it curves, but it doesn't do it in a way you can see it. When you put water into a container, it finds a level. It fills the container, but finds a level. If you turn the container sideways, still level. If you shake it up and down, it'll jostle around and then become level. The oceans do that too. It's just much, 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 much bigger and heavier. So buoyancy plays a role. You know, neutral buoyancy plays a role. The same gravity that will allow a butterfly to float across the top of a water will keep the water to the ground instead of letting it slosh off. And also, while the butterfly is floating by, a cloud will go through it. And the gravity doesn't affect any of that, but it pulls the water down to the ground. Why? Because buoyancy matters. It's the medium in which you're in, and the density of the object that's in that medium will determine how it is reacting to that medium. A butterfly is not very dense, ergo it can float. Smoke is not very dense, ergo it can float. Water is very dense, ergo it stays at the bottom. It's very simple math involved in that. Doesn't take a lot of brain power to figure it out. Eureka! When you put something heavy in water, the water displaces. Very simple. The atmosphere that we live in is liquid. You're breathing liquid as we speak. It's just very fine liquid. Very, very fine. Mist, if you will. I got to get to the bottom of this chat. It keeps growing. And then it says the horizon of the horizon, the horizontal horizon, meaning flat, should begin to drop out of your sight. If it's round, it should fall away from your eyes, but it stays at eye level. No matter how high you go, the horizon is at eye level. If it were round, it would fall away from your eyes if you go high. It does not. Amanda says, exactly, but that's a perspective thing also. A perspective is the reason we have flat earthers. Because perspective exists, we have people that think the earth is flat. That's the reason. Is it correct? Not on the grand scheme of things, but there's no way to tell otherwise because the math goes both ways. For example, if you could calculate the Earth's trajectory around the sun and write it down into an equation, that equation will work exactly the same if you said that the sun goes around the earth or if the earth goes around the sun. Either way you say it, that math is exactly the same. That's why it's a conundrum. That's why it's a problem. It goes both ways. Amanda says, exactly. And Dennis says, very true. The firmament was in 1951 encyclopedias. Yeah, it's in the Bible, too. Dennis says, so was the earther. So was the earth. Earther? And John says, that's why people get the bends from water in the ocean. Yes, because of the pressure of the water. Yes, because when you get down at a certain distance, your blood has oxygen in it. That oxygen cannot escape. So it gets squeezed and it turns into hydrogen and starts to bubble because hydrogen is, it boils at room temperature or something close to it. It's very, very easy to boil hydrogen. Anyway, your blood squeezes down and turns into hydrogen and tries to escape through your pores or anywhere it can come out, which is why you get the bends. That's what's happening. Your blood is turning into hydrogen and it's very poisonous. Also, carbon dioxide builds up in your lungs and all kinds of things. Causes you to start cramping. Causes your muscles to react weird. It's a very painful thing to go through, and some people don't survive it. But it's because of the pressure that causes that to happen. Dennis says, research the blue marble. I have. I've done all that research. It fascinated me for about 4 years. To make the curvature seem real, they definitely put hot spots and lighting and they do a lot of photoshopping to the pictures of the Earth. Monkey Juice says, WTF, typical right-wing conspiracy theory. There's nothing conspiratorial or theory about what I just said. Monkey Juice, WTF. Every word I just said was factually accurate, including the fact that the Earth is not flat, but it feels that way because you can't see it. Where's your proof it's flat? Right in front of my eyes, dingbat. Again, typical left-wing nut job. You didn't hear a word I said. You heard me speak and then added your own reality into what I was saying. If you actually listened, you'd know. You watched what? You watched the Earth? No, you did not. Amanda says, where's your proof that it's round or curved, monkey? True. Remember what I said about the math working both ways? You're about to run into that problem. If I was you, I'd pay attention. I know a little bit more than you think I do. Prove it's flat. I'm going with common sense. You don't have any common sense. Because if you did, you'd know that you can't prove a negative. I can no more prove the Earth is flat than you can prove it's round. And you can't, by the way. Trust me, I've been there. You cannot prove it is what you say it is. Everything you think about the subject is a narrative that you've been conditioned to repeat since birth. None of it is based in fact. None of it. It is all theory. And when you realize that, you're going to feel pretty stupid if you keep pushing. Common sense. You wouldn't know common sense if it bit you in the ass. That was an attack. Why? Because you said, I'm going with common sense when you're talking to me, the guy who is clearly smart enough to have a YouTube channel and say things on TV. Dennis says, it was on the Tonight Show, I think, with David Letterman. Right on. Amanda says, there is no actual proof of the curvature or the flatness of the Earth. True. Dime Bulb says, if you buy a gyroscope and take it on an airplane, you can tell the Earth is round. Why? Because it has a 15% drift? Yeah, you can do that on a merry-go-round, too. That doesn't prove anything except that gyroscopes work like they're advertised. Doesn't prove anything. You have to assume the answer means what you think it means for it to work. You understand what I'm saying? Someone told you that a gyroscope could prove the Earth is round. And then you went on with that assumption that it is correct, that a gyroscope works perfectly like it's supposed to, every one that you ever purchase. And then once you do that and you realize the only way you make sense of what you're seeing is to have it in a mathematical equation, and that mathematical equation says that every mile there's a 15% drift in its trajectory, and you can write that into the form of an equation and predict where it's going to be in so many miles, and that's why you think that means that the Earth is round. But that's not at all how math works. And it, in the center of that, along with every other proof, either way, sits a moron. Because you didn't think about this before you went down this rabbit hole. And hi, welcome to the show, Dime, and I hope that you learned something. Dennis says he went off on the host because he was talking about the show they gave us. I don't know what you're talking about, Dennis. Who are you referring to, buddy? Monkey Juice says, has anyone seen a horizon? Yes. The word is horizon, meaning horizontal, meaning a straight horizontal line at sea level. Even the words we have, planet, means small plane. Every word we use to describe it tells you what it is, and you refuse to hear the words coming out of your own mouth. Have you thought about a horizon? Amanda says, you can only see so far, and as far as you can see, it's flat. Right. because that horizon you're talking about, you have to imagine its curvature because it isn't there. You can only see a certain portion of it to start with at sea level, at the ground. You look out to the horizon on a perfectly calm ocean, and all you can see is this much of it, 180 degrees of your vision, which is about 3 miles away. Well, the ocean goes a lot further than 3 miles. A lot further. You understand? You're seeing an illusion because that's how vision works. I don't know if you know how the eye socket actually works. The visual cortex of the brain transcribes light coming into the cornea into a vision that's upside down and backwards, and then translates it into what you perceive as what you see. But you're not actually seeing anything but light refracting off of your corneas. And then your brain adds motion to it, and you perceive what you see. It is a perception at the head. So, perceptions have biases. If you don't believe that, hold your thumb right in front of your nose at about arm lengths away and keep your eyes fixed on the horizon and move it until it disappears. And then you'll realize that right in front of your face is a big hole that you can't see. That's where your nose is. And your brain fills that in with, you guessed it, a theory as to what might be there. But you can't see it with your eyes. Your brain fills in that hole. What you're seeing there is a mirage. It's fake. It's not real. Your brain creates it for you to see. That's why you don't have binocular vision. You see everything as one sight. Yet you have two eyes, which are apart. And as you know mathematically, anytime you take two things apart, there's a distance between them, which makes visualizing things a little askewed. But I doubt you put that much thought into it. Oh, the earth is round because I've seen it. Right on. Common sense. I got you. Common sense, which means the sense that most commoners know, not the thought that's most common. Common sense comes from the thinker, not from the thought. So what you're saying is, I'll take the dumb approach. Amanda says, Dennis says, I live at the beach, so yeah. Who killed JFK? Well, nobody knows, but not who they said. The person who shot him. I don't know. I know who didn't shoot him, though. Lee Harvey Oswald. Amanda says, right, the one who pulled the trigger. That's who killed him. Right on. And Dennis says, why did they not release the info on JFK? Well, that's obvious, because some of the people that were involved in that big conspiracy are still alive, and the product of the reason they did it is still very much in effect. And by divulging that information, a large portion of the carefully crafted facade that we talk about will come crumbling down, because you'll then see how the sausage is made, and they don't want you to do that. They want you to live in the shadow under the mushrooms, and they want to keep feeding you bullshit. If you saw the reality of what happened and what was involved in that, you would not be happy with your government, and they're trying to avoid that, which is why they won't release the Epstein files, too. Downbulb says, brah. What does that mean? I am male, yes, but I don't have a brother, so brah is the wrong word to describe me. Dennis says, sealed for 50 years, but still not released. Safia says, hello from Germany, sir. Hello, Safia. Welcome to the show. How are you? How's Germany? John says, the video showed the flag blowing on the moon. When they walked, dust didn't float, right? And none of the astronauts jumped any higher than 18 inches, which they can do on Earth. I wonder why. My first move, as soon as I walk out, is to jump, see how high I can jump. Anybody? Also, if I went to the moon, my first words would not be, "This is one small step for mankind, one giant leap for mankind." No, it would be, "I'm on the freaking moon. Look, has anybody seen this before? Jesus Christ. It's all true." That's my reaction. I don't understand why they could be so calm on the moon. If nothing else, to just sit there and awe at the Earth as it rises in the horizon. Dun, 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 dun. Look at that. Look at that. Don't that make your heart little melt? Look at that. Look at that pretty little thing. All right. Little fat butt. Little fat butt. Monkey Juice says, Trump's executive order last week. What about it? Amanda says, "Hi, Sophia, welcome." Sophia says, "Hi." And Amanda says, "Right, John." And Monkey Juice says, "So Russia landed a rather moon first, I guess." No. If you go ask the Russians, they'll tell you nobody's been to the moon. Apparently, you don't talk to many Russians. Down Bulb says, "Your chat's about to jump and leave you confused." Hang on, I got to get back up there. I know. I'm halfway up. Dime Bulb says the delay for radio waves for communication from the moon to the Earth is only 1.3 seconds. You're incorrect, sir. It's 4. It's 4 seconds. 4-second delay one way. Dennis says no one did. Amanda says they didn't have that technology to make that call back then. True. China has a flag on it. Says Monkey Juice. Oh, right on. We say we do too. Amanda says, and there was no delay in the original video footage of that phone conversation that they broadcast live on TV while it happened. It happened in real time. It was on TV. There was no delay. And now there is. So somebody did something a little bit suspicious, to say the least. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. I'm talking to the moon. Dennis says China, ℂ𝕚𝕝. It's funny how China is all of a sudden credible when it suits an argument, but any other time they're the devil. Monkey says, they do. All right. You seen it, have you? See, that's the problem with modern technology. Everything you know and everything you see came from a facsimile of something that they said was real. I don't know if I'd call that knowledge. I think if you learn from facsimiles, from things that are written down and, pictures that were edited and so forth, your information is faulty by its very nature, and then your knowledge is a facsimile. If you learn from a facsimile, what you learned is a facsimile. Interesting. Amanda says, LOL Monkey, and Dime Bulb says the whole moon mission was to develop a ICBM technology. And they went there on a Saturn V rocket. Imagine that. I'm not sure that you have the cart before the horse there, but pretty sure that's incorrect. I believe the V2 rocket was developed way before the ICBM was put into action, which it's based on. Amanda says, we supposedly do too have a flag on the moon. And Dennis says, all righty then. Monkey Juice says, June 1st, 2024. Please don't make me call you out. Call me out what? What the hell are you talking about? Call me out. How dare you? Tell me what you know that I don't. Show me how smart you are. Yeah, Dennis says, how did they survive the Van Allen radiation belts there, Monkey Juice? Dimebag says, no stars is because of the exposure. Yes, the f-stop surface is bright. Well, no, it's not, because they can't land on the bright side of the moon because they would burn up. They landed on the dark side of the moon right at the terminator line so that they would have about 4 or 5 hours to do their work before it became bright and get out of there. So, no, it wasn't too bright. So that's incorrect. But they did have a high f-stop on the camera because the sun is out all the time on the moon. It's only dark for a little while there. Anyway, that does explain the lack of stars, but they didn't use that as an explanation. What they did was, one said they remembered stars, and one said they didn't, and one said they didn't know. Go back and watch the debriefing of the astronauts as they came back and was talking to the country. And tell me if it doesn't look like a hostage video. Tell me if it looks normal. Tell me if that's how you would react if you just got back from the moon. And if you watched the whole video, Dimbob, you'd know that I said that earlier, that was a good explanation, but not the one they used. And I said I did know why there were no stars, but they never said that was why there were no stars until people started asking. Amanda says, exactly, Dennis. No stars is because the exposure, LOL. I read that one. Dennis says, BS. And Monkey Juice says, China, June 1st, 2024. China landed on the moon, and now I see what I'm dealing with. What do you see what you're dealing with? What are you saying? Are you just saying words that are supposed to intimidate somebody? Because it's not working, and I don't know what you're talking about anyway. I don't care what China did. I don't root for China. I'm Team America. So what if they landed on the moon? Who was it that landed on the moon, by the way? I think what you're going to find out is that it was a rover that they put on the moon. People from China have not been to the moon. Dimbob says, and if they have, congratulations, China. You caught up after 50 years. Dimbob says, why wouldn't you, Dennis? Why wouldn't you what? Why wouldn't you survive the Van Allen radiation belts? Because they're radiation belts, and they would dose you with rads of radiation that you can't control, and you will die from it. Dennis says, no photos of stars because they couldn't take them. They flew there. No photos of them then, says Dennis. Right on. Dimbob says, Dennis, regarding the Van Allen radiation belts, there is no problem crossing it. It won't kill you. Prove it. That's not what NASA says. You just don't want to linger there to limit your exposure. Well, anytime, if you understand how radiation works, there's a certain amount of it that you're going to get every day because of where you are. And if you're a pilot, you get more. But there's only a certain amount that you can accrue over a lifetime. It doesn't go away. It keeps adding up until pretty much you get cancer because it ruins your DNA. Now, the Van Allen radiation belts is a large dose of very bad radiation, and it will absolutely kill you if you go through it enough. Now, is there a possibility that you could travel through it once? Maybe. But there's absolutely zero possibility that film could travel through it without being ruined. If you don't believe that, take a film roll through an airport metal detector and see what it looks like when you get it developed. Being a digital camera person, you probably don't understand that, but trust me, you can't do it. So there's that. And also, you could do it once, go through the Van Allen radiation belts if you were going fast enough and had the proper shielding. They did not. They were in a aluminum foil craft and in spacesuits. That was the only protection they had. Second of all, you could get through it once. You're not getting through it twice. You're not getting through it 11 times without any damage whatsoever. Trust me, it's not a good place to be. I'm not saying that it'll kill you on contact, but I'm saying it's not a good place to be. And Dennis says, no crater under the lander either. No dust on the lander's feet either. Yeah, that's true. All that's true. It was like somebody put it there, but it's not like it landed there. And when it took off, it didn't produce any dust or fire, which is weird. Amanda says, you better check again, Monkey Juice. Nothing happened on June 1st, 2024 with China. Oh, just called me out, did you? Monkey Juice says, it's easy. Google people, even though you don't want to believe it. What are you talking about? I don't not believe anything. I know what I'm talking about. You're the guy trying to convince somebody of something that isn't true. I know what I'm talking about. I've done the research, which is why I can confidently sit here with authority and say what I'm saying. You're the one not listening. I don't need to Google anything. That's not a modifier for your language to make me learn something from you. It's not going to happen. You telling me to Google something is like me telling you to take a breath. You've already done that, haven't you? I don't need to be told by you to do anything. I've already done it. That's why I have a channel. That's why I have conversations with people. That's why I bring up topics, which I didn't bring this one up, but whatever. I'm reacting to it, but I assure you, I've done the research. I know what I'm talking about. Google it. Kiss my nut. And who are you talking about me not wanting to believe? So I didn't say I didn't believe anything. Dennis says, Google lies every second of the day. Fact. Also true. Why would I Google something? That's not a source of good information. That's a source of the narrative. That's a source of propaganda. That's not a source of true factual information. I'd much rather look it up in an encyclopedia, not Wikipedia. Dennis says Google lies every second of the day. Dim Bulb says 1.3 seconds. Agree to disagree. One of us has actually done the communication. So, Dim Bulb says radio waves are the same speed as light, unless they're going through a medium. Yeah. And I was just clarifying, it is all, says Dennis. Right on. Amanda says, in a vacuum. Dennis says, but it's hard to travel hundreds of thousands of miles. But it has to travel hundreds of thousands of miles. Yeah, it does. If you're going to go directly to the moon, right? A radio wave has to go through the atmosphere. It has to go through the medium of space, which has a lot of things in it. Space is not empty. And then it has to hit the moon and bounce back and go through all that again and be received. So one has to send a signal, one has to receive a signal. And I assure you that in 1969, they did not have the technology to have a next to no latency phone call. There would have been an 8-second delay, 4 seconds there and 4 seconds back. Batshit Crazy says there are other places for storage. Right on. Then it says supposedly. And Dim Bulb says oil is cheap now. OPEC is producing more than the economic forecast is bad. If you want to fill the reserves, it is a good time to buy. Right on. Batshit Crazy says Nevada is 84% federal land, which is interesting since the federal government can't own any land according to the Constitution of the United States of America. That's taxpayer-funded land. Which is why the whole J6 thing happened, because they thought they were walking into their house. They had no idea they could be trespassed from their property. Dime Bulb says, bruh, I didn't mandate Donnie to half my 401k in 2 days. Well, that's probably because he didn't. The president, be respectful, he is your president, act like it, did not take half your 401k in 2 days. He probably increased it. You just haven't seen it happen yet because you're impatient. Give it time. Monkey says, Biden's done. This is completely Trump's watch now. True. Dennis says, yep, and gas is already cheaper. A lot cheaper. And so are eggs. And so is everything else within reason. As he can get to it, things are steadily going to a positive direction. Dennis says 401k is a pig and a poke, in my opinion. It is definitely a scam. Monkey says, yup. Good luck with failing 401k, as you keep saying. I don't care. It's not going to bother me in the slightest bit. It keeps your money with the company, says Dennis. Company devalues, so does your money. Right. Midterms will tell the story, says Monkey Juice. About what? If you're referring to the election in the midterms, yeah, it will tell the tale for the election of what they're electing, which is Congress, which is a whole nother ball game of craftiness and cutthroatery. We'll see how it works out. Maybe they'll be able to swindle their way into that. Dennis Bigfoot says, BS. And Amanda says, midterms are going to be great. Dennis says, yep, I have seen the horizon. So has everyone that's ever looked outside. Or opened their eyes. 60 miles out. You can't see 60 miles. I hate to tell you that. Monkey Juice says, you realize you're screwing with Americans' money, right? I'm not screwing with anybody's money, right? What are you talking about, Monkey Juice? Dennis Bigfoot says, and Biden didn't, right? Biden's gone. Let's get past that. We will when we fix all of his bullshit that he ruined. We will get past it. We are getting past it actively as we speak, which is what you're complaining about, us getting past it. Amanda says, Biden screwed up everything. Trump is going to spend his term trying to fix it. And MAGA and MAWA. Make America great again. Make America watery again. Dennis says, then, I know, that was a joke. Then quit being a negative Nelly on Trump, says Dennis. All right? Quit. Be quiet. One or the other. Amanda says, that part, Dennis. And Amanda says, Trump has done everything he can so far to fix the U.S., right? He's done a lot, for sure. Dennis says, 60 miles across from Chicago, you can. No, you can't. You can see color and distillation. You can't make out any detail. You can't see that far. You might see a shape. You're not seeing it. You might see a color, but you're not seeing the thing. You're seeing the refraction of the light coming from the thing. You understand what I'm saying? I don't mean you become blind at 3 miles. I mean you can't see for 3 miles. The denial is a river in Egypt too, says Dennis. I'm not in denial, though. I think you're referring to someone else. Check it out. I have checked it out. I've seen the thing you're talking about. I've also seen the footage where they said that it was light refraction that was making that possible, because you're not supposed to be able to see that far over a curved space. All that stuff. I've seen all that stuff. I've looked into the details of why you can see it. And it is kind of like a mirage that you're seeing, because technically you can't see that. It's not there. It's down below you. But that's how our atmosphere works. That's how light works. It bounces. It moves. It's not static, which is why you can see something on the other side of that coast. Amanda says, you're talking about the sky deck, Dennis. I don't know if he is or not. I think the sky deck might be that thing at the Grand Canyon. I'm not sure. It's not possible to see objects 60 miles away unless they are really high up, or you are standing on the ground. The horizon is about 3 miles away, says Amanda. This is true, but there are circumstances that allow light to bend, and you can see things further away than you should be able to see things because of refraction and atmospheric density and There's all kinds of little reasons why that works. But you're not seeing anything. You're seeing something. You're seeing a shape or a color, but you can't make any details out. It's not like you could see a person standing there or make out any details as to how many windows a building has or something like that. You're just seeing that something's there. That's not the same thing as seeing. Dennis says at 60 miles out to sea, things should be dropping, but they don't. Right. Same reason. Ask Elon if the earth is round. I know the earth is round, Monkey Juice. You're, again, not listening. Dennis says, telescopes don't suffer that, Jake. Okay. Well, if you're using a telescope, you're not using your eyes. I didn't say you couldn't artificially see that way. I said you can't see but for 3 miles, 3.5 miles if you're above 6 foot tall. I didn't say anything about enhancing your vision or wearing glasses even. And Dennis says common. There's nothing common here, Monkey Juice. Monkey says common. I'd love to know his answer. Who? Elon's? Why don't you ask him? Isn't that what you told me to do? Why don't you do that? If you'd like to know his answer, I don't care to know his answer because it doesn't matter to me. Again, number one, I didn't bring this up. Number two, I'm only reacting to it. Number three, I said the exact same thing you're arguing for. You just didn't hear me because you're common. Dennis says, believe as you want, Monkey. I believe what I want. Okay. Right on. John H. says, the A membrane on water is a skin. Kind of, yeah. It also can change its density depending on how hard you hit it. Dennis says, clouds are full of water. Yes. And when you look through water, it acts like a magnifying glass, which is why the moon appears to be so big sometimes, because there's a lot of mist in the air. And it's a clear night. It's clear mist, so it works really well. It also is why the sun appears to go away at a distance rather than going over or down. It appears to go away from you because you're looking at it through a perspective and through a lens, that lens being the atmosphere. Oil and Gas Man, what's up? Welcome to the show. He says, I took mushrooms once out in the mountains and felt and saw that we live in a snow globe. Right on. Well, that's actually more accurate than not. Amanda says, hi, Oil and Gas Man, welcome. Monkey Juice says, every planet in the solar system is round except for the Earth, Mars, Jupiter, the Moon, Venus, etc. You don't know that any of them are round. You know that they have a circular shape, but you cannot make out their three-dimensional shape. You know that you can see them through a lens, and you can see a light that is round this way in 2 dimensions. You have no idea what they are in 3 dimensions because you've never been there. That being said, again, I didn't say the earth was flat. I said that you could only see the earth is flat. And that when you build things, you have to build them like it's flat because you are building in a small area. The big area, it does curve. But in the small area, it does not. Amanda says, how do you know that, Monkey? Have you seen them with your own eyes? Those other planets? No, you haven't. And Dennis says, exactly, Amanda. And Monkey Juice says, yep. Everyone is lied to us because they can. No, most of the people are lied to us because they don't know any better. They think they're telling the truth. That's usually what happens when a person knows a little bit. They become very dangerous because they think they know a lot. They have no idea what the Venn diagram between what they know and what they don't know is. But what they don't know is enormous. And people that are smarter than them, here's the trick. You're only as smart as the person you're talking to, because if you're not able to understand what's being said to you, then those words are being wasted on you because it's going in one ear and out the other, right over your head. I am exactly as smart as you are. How about that? Amanda says, exactly, Monkey. Believe none of what you hear and half of what you see. And we have been lied to for our entire lives. And anytime that works in his favor, he'll be the first one to tell you that the government's lying to everybody. But as soon as he wants to win an argument, he'll use the government as a source of authority to appeal to. That's how the left works. They'll take anything they can get to win an argument, whether they're right or not. Only a cautious, well-thought man would consider the possibility that he's wrong. And all other possibilities, too. He will carefully and cautiously work his way through an argument and see all the angles and be able to argue both sides before he comes to a conclusion, which he then knows with wisdom is correct because he's done the math to figure it out. The left don't work like that. This is why you need people like me in your life. Because regardless of what you think, I make you think. And that's what matters. Oil and Gas says, hey, Amanda. And Dennis says, because they can, and it gives the opportunity to steal the money. Yeah, money is at the root of most bad things. Amanda says, they lie to us and hide other shit they are doing. Yes, they do. Dennis says, boom. Mic drop, says Amanda. Oil and Gas Man says, oh, great. We got hypersensitive, woke, gay lefties losing it. Yep. Yep. Monkey Juice says, for some reason, they're lying just because has no relevance, but they like to lie. There is a reason, Monkey Juice, and I explain it every Sunday and Monday night why the whole world is lying to you. Because the devil runs the world. God doesn't run the world, the devil does. He is the prince of the air. The air is also the word we use to describe the media and how it travels through to get to us, through the airwaves. It's interesting. That's just a coincidence, but it's interesting. But there is absolutely a reason why you've been lied to your whole life, and those of us who are actually enlightened know the reason why and the answer to what the truth is in most cases, or at least are on the right path towards it, which is where I'm trying to get you. Dennis says, exactly, 100%. And Amanda says, LOL, right, Oil? Good one. Yep. Hypersensitive, woke, gay lefties losing it. I don't care if they're gay, but it is funny that most of them are. Amanda says, exactly, Monkey. I'm glad you figured it out. Right on. Dennis Bigfoot says, ha-ha. Monkey Juice says, hey, let's tell everyone the earth isn't round. Why not? I didn't tell anyone the earth was round. You're the one that's making that kind of absurd juxtaposition to the conversation that we're all having despite you being involved. You're not actually contributing to this conversation. You do realize that, right? You are the fly in the ointment, the little child that keeps pulling at the mom's coat while she's trying to talk to the mailman. You're that guy. Everybody else is trying to discuss things that we've seen and heard throughout the ages and question why they're there. You're the only one thinking anybody here believes any of the nonsense we're talking about because you can't see the reality that's right in front of your face, that all of it is subjective. All of it. When you can see it, you can join the conversation and grow up a little. Oil and Gas Man says, I like catching your show when I can. You're intelligent and funny. Thank you, Oil. I appreciate that. You are too. And thank you for being here. Dennis says, I'm not saying that. Listen to his and my words. Nobody has said that, Monkey Juice. Right. If you're not going to follow the conversation, it's probably not a good idea for you to comment on it. If you want to comment on the conversation, at least know what we're talking about and why. This may come as a shock to you. Nobody, 0 people on planet Earth are discovering that the Earth is flat from this podcast. We, a couple of old dudes who have lived through a few things and have thought about some stuff, are conversing about what other people say about the world. It's not our ideas. See how that works? We're having a third-person conversation. It's an A-B conversation. See? Amanda says, I'm just saying there is no proof either way, flat or round. We have never seen it with our own eyes. Right. And a logical, actual thinking person can admit that that's true and not have some ideology tied to their belief in one of the other, which is what you're doing. You're arguing from a perspective of ideology, not of intelligence. Can't you see that? Can't you see that your identity is tied up in your belief that we went to the moon and dinosaurs and spaceships and all of that nonsense? Can't you see that? Can't you see that it's an identity thing? That's why people are so passionate about it. That's why they won't listen to logic and reason. That's why there's so many questions up in the air in 2025 about something that should have been settled 50 years ago. It's because it's ideologically based. It's an argument from authority. And the authority, in this case, is wrong. And then it says, you buy your truth and I'll own mine. Right on. Then it says, I said I'm on the fence. Right? And Life's Like That 224 says, even if the earth is flat, what does that change? What does that do for the earth and us? Well, not a whole lot. Life's Like That. That doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about it. What difference does it make whether it changes anything or not? Does that mean we can't talk about it because it's settled science? How dare you question the narrative? Is that what you're saying? What are you asking? It changes exactly what it changes, whether or not it's true. It's not going to hurt anything. If the earth was a cube, it would not change how the function of the earth works because it works that way. I don't care what shape it is. I don't care if it's a big inner tube in space. But it's interesting to talk about. Dennis Bigfoot says, other words, not being programmed. Right. And it's going to take a while for us to break that programming, apparently. I thought they'd just trust me when I said it, but apparently not. Amanda says, hi, Life, welcome. And Dennis says, very good, Jake. Thank you, sir. Monkey Juice says, wow, this is crazy. Isn't it weird how you can say something completely logical to a human being and they think it's crazy because they're ideologically driven to think that way? That's called Trump derangement syndrome, in case you don't know what the name of it is. And there is a medication for it. It's called a couple beers. Have a couple beers. Dennis says, Bigfoot. Dennis Bigfoot says, bingo. And that was a Shane Gillis joke, by the way. Thank you, Shane. Life's That Way says, it is because our eyes isn't that far apart from each other, like birds and crocodiles, and they don't see things in one vision because of how their eyes are. Like, bro, what are you on? I'm on Life. What are you talking about? I said that very thing 10 minutes ago. What are you talking about? What am I on? 45 minutes ago. I said that 45 minutes ago. I may never get out of here alive. Wow. This thing just keeps jumping back to the middle. I may have to quit on you. It's already 12. Sorry, my chat jumped. I'm trying to find where I left off. No, and it wouldn't matter if I did. I found it. Amanda says, crazy. because you can't be open-minded to anything other than that what you believe or have been taught. Right on. Life's Like That says, Amanda, he's saying stuff that is blatantly wrong, like us having one vision somehow correlates to the earth being flat when they're animals that don't have that one vision genuinely because their eyes are far apart. First of all, I didn't say that. I said that your brain takes what your two eyes see and forms it into one image that your brain interpolates the vision that you see and gives you something to look at, that your eyes are not actually seeing that. And by the way, have you asked any of those alligators that have their eyes on either side of their head whether the earth is round or flat? You have no idea what they think, so why would you bring them into the conversation? Or how do you know how their brains interpret what they see? You don't. So you're being an idiot. Second of all, I never said what you're saying I said. I'm not arguing that the earth is flat. Me and Bigfoot, Dennis Bigfoot, are having a conversation about people who think the earth is flat. You morons are the ones coming in here with your ideologies. How about that, you open-minded freaks? Be careful you don't open your mind so much that your brain falls out. And nothing I have said is wrong. Not thus far. So, blatantly wrong? Would you care to illuminate, dig a hole a little deeper, show everybody just how smart you are by saying what I said was so wrong? Because I'd be interested in proving you wrong. Thing about newcomers is they don't know me. You don't understand. You walked into a trap. You don't know that I love to argue, and I'm really good at it. So, argue head on. Show me where I'm wrong, the error of my ways. I would encourage you to watch the video first, though, so that you get the perspective of where I'm coming from before you go deciding that you know what I'm talking about. That'd probably be the smart move. Like most people that jump into the middle of a conversation, you are woefully behind and don't know what we're talking about. So you asserting yourself in the middle of a conversation makes you look really stupid to everyone that's watching. You're not winning. That's a friendly reminder before the shots go. Hit that subscribe button, everybody. You get content like this every week, 5 times a week, right here on Untethered Live. It's the best place on the internet. Nobody's having more fun than we are. I guarantee it. Like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available if anybody wants to show a little bit of love. If anybody wants to throw a little clang-a-lang in my pocket and... That's right. Feed Jake. I need it. This kind of brain power don't work for free. Amanda says humans only have one vision. Yes, humans only see one object. You don't have two visions. You have one vision with two eyes, making one image that you see. If you see two images, seek a doctor quickly. And Dennis says, no, he didn't say any of that. Life's like that. That is your interpretation of what he said. Duh. Right. An interpretation that you derived from halfway through a conversation that you didn't hear the first part of. Life's Like That says, and yes, and, question marks, what does that correlate to exactly like I said? You didn't say anything exactly. You said I was wrong. You said that I said something correlated to something, which is incorrect. That is not what I said. So what are you talking about? Now you're just saying words. Think a minute. Take your time. Hone your argument and be sure you're right about your details before you go throwing it in my direction. And make sure you have a good argument that isn't based on the appeal to authority or some nonsense that you heard on a sci-fi movie. And get back with me and we'll talk about it. Amanda says, no, that's not what he said at all. Life's Like That says, literally the words, LOL. Tell me what they meant, what he meant then. What I meant was, and I already explained this twice, is that your eyes, which are concaved, sit apart on your head, which means anytime something is apart, there is a distance between them. No matter how minuscule that is, that factors into the equation. And when you take an image from your left eye and an image from your right eye, they are separate distances. If you don't believe that, blink your eyes like this real quick and you'll see it happen in real time. What you're perceiving will jump slightly about an inch. So, or however far apart your eyes are, which might not be that far apart if you know what I'm saying. Then your brain takes the light that comes into your corneas and then interpolates that onto a real-time map, which is in linear fashion. It takes those data points and converts it into an image based on color and distance and shape and overall things, and then adds a little bit of your preconceived knowledge to inform what it creates. So if you know something ahead of time, you might perceive it to be a different way. And then it turns that into an image, which is upside down and backwards in your brain until your brain interpolates it into a vision, which is a still image, by the way, because your eyes don't actually see motion. Your brain does. That's what this gray matter is between your ears. Then it takes a bunch of those at the rate of about 24 frames per second, like a camera, because that's why they do that, 24 frames per second, because that's what the eye sees, roughly, in that area. And then it stitches them all together like a motion picture. Now you want to know why 80s movies are so fantastic and touch you right to your heart and they feel magical when you look at them? It's because they're at the same frame rate your eyes are, and it feels magical because you recognize what you see. That's why digital movies seem a little different than old movies. They don't have that shimmer of reality because you see reality the same way. Anyway, when you do that, that image is askewed because of the nature of how you received it. It's mathematically correct, which I doubt that you're smart enough to understand all of the details of what I just said, so I'll just make it simple for you. The very thing you see is wrong by the nature of it. There you go. Now you add that to all the other things that are involved, such as distance and the thickness of the atmosphere and refraction of light and curvature of the earth and spatial anomalies and reflections and refractions and gases and all of that. It's amazing we can see anything, but you can see clearly about 3 to 3.5 miles, depending on how tall you are, if you're a human being. Other than that, your brain is filling in the gaps of what you cannot see. And if you think I'm wrong about that, stick your thumb out in front of your nose about arm length and look at the horizon right through your thumb. And then without shifting your eyes, move your thumb ever so slightly up and down in a cross motion until it disappears. And when you see it disappear, you'll realize there's a big hole right in the center of your face that you cannot see. Your brain fills that in with a guess. It guesses what's there and interpolates it for you. It's not always right, which is why optical illusions work. How about that? Think I'm wrong? You want to go deeper? Dennis says that your brain fills in vision just like it does it. It fills in vision as it moves. Yes, it does. Yeah, your eyes don't actually see motion. They see still images of light. And then your brain interpolates that into a moving image in real time in your head at the rate of about 24 frames per second. Or 24 images per second. It isn't actually a frame because there's no film in your head, but you get my point. Amanda says our eyes create a 3D image of what we see, which is in itself a theory because you don't actually see anything. Colors aren't real. Life says, go ahead. I will. Don't worry. I own the microphone. It's okay. That did not come out his mouth. Yes, it did. Go back and watch the video. And no, I didn't say 3D. I said three-dimensional, which is the same thing. Amanda says humans have 2 eyes, and the brain processes the slightly different images from each eye to create a single 3-dimensional perception of the world. True. Dennis says, exactly, dummy. Life says, and what does that have to do with the earth being flat? Go ahead. Nothing. I never said the earth was flat. You're a moron. Oil and Gas says, message retracted. Life says, because all the scientists on this earth are dummies, and this guy is a genius. Well, I am a genius. I have papers to prove it, but I never said that the scientists were dummies. And if you actually spoke to any of them, which you have not, you're assuming they all agree, which they do not. You would find out that there are more questions out there than you are prepared to have answers to. So if I was you, I wouldn't appeal to that authority, having not known any of them. My guess is you've never actually met a scientist. I happen to be one. I got the degree in everything if you really want to push. Dennis Bigfoot says he was explaining a mirage at the moment that you interrupted. Yes, that's exactly what I was explaining, how mirages work. Amanda says each eye alone gives us roughly 130-degree field of vision. That's half of a circle, in case you didn't know. A little less than half of a circle. With 2 eyes, we can see nearly 180 degrees, which is exactly half of a circle. Most of that field is what's called a cyclopean image from one eye. That's what cyclops means, in case you didn't know. The single mental picture that a cyclops might see with one eye. Your brain sees what both of your eyes see as if they were one eye, which means the differences are extrapolated. So if you look out of one eye and then look out of the other eye, the image that you see is a little bit to the left or right, depending on which eye you're seeing. It is not the same image. Well, the brain sees both of those images and makes a 3-dimensional map, just like a blurry image that you would see from a 3D camera, two images superimposed on each other but slightly askewed, one green and one blue if you want to get technical about it. And then your brain takes those images and extrapolates the differences and makes one image out of it, which is in and of itself incorrect. It's not exactly the thing that's in front of you, it's how you see it. Oil and Gas Man says some milkers are round, some are flat, but regardless, they are all milky milkers. Amen, brother. Titties. I like where your mind's at. Life says, how does this correlate to the earth being flat? You're going around in circles and you're not going anywhere. OMFG. With a black hand on his face. You got to make it racist, don't you? Let me let you in on a little secret. This conversation that you interrupted into was never intended to go anywhere. We're not teaching people that the earth is flat. We are having a discussion amongst adults about people that think the earth is flat. And why. And how it makes a little bit more sense than most people give it credit to because they think like you do. You are a perfect example of what we were talking about. People that are ideologically driven with no actual knowledge other than what they heard on a Saturday morning cartoon or read in a book that's that thick. And Dennis says, no, you're just a tard. You know which kind of tard? The re-kind. And Amanda says, no, you are. We have no actual proof of the earth being flat or curved. Which is why we were having the conversation, because somebody brought it up, and I don't even remember who. And it isn't important. We're not trying to go anywhere. Why do you insist it has to go somewhere? Do you think we're going to say something here one way or the other that has never been said before or thought before? Do you think that you're in at the ground floor of some magnificent thought that is just being born out of the nexus of thought right here and now in front of God and everybody, and you are special enough to see it happen, and by God, you get to knock it down and tell your grandkids how you won the war of the flat earth in 2025. Or maybe you're just being an asshole and interrupting a conversation that was otherwise flowing quite nicely. Maybe. Maybe if you look to the left and you don't see an asshole, and you look to the right and you don't see an asshole, it might be you. Because 1 in 3 people are assholes. The science agrees. Dennis says, exactly. And Life says, okay, then, what makes you think you're right? 50 years of intellectual thought and degrees out the wazoo and more time in college than you've been alive? Might be one thing. Or maybe we're just having a conversation and I never said I was right. I'm going by what millions of scientists say, not what some few people say. Well, first of all, you don't know that there are millions of scientists. Do you actually know the number of scientists that there are in the world? I don't think it's millions. I think you might be wrong and vastly overestimating what you think you know. Second of all, I don't care what you think. I'm not trying to convert you. You are irrelevant to me. I will have forgotten about you before I hit the end button on this podcast. Unless you show up more times in my future, you are but a footnote in tonight. So why would I care what you think? Why would I care what you think I think? I don't. Now, if you come back and we see you for a week or two, I might grow fond of you and actually consider you part of my family. But in order for you to do that, you're going to have to do a lot of this and a lot of this. Because you're not the guy with the intellect here. I bet you actually think you're the smartest person in the room right now, don't you? Dennis Bigfoot says 4 hours both ways. Right on. Patty says, I'm late. I took a nap and you're still on. Hey, Patty, how are you, sweetheart? Well, it's Friday and I'm giving a little because I gave so much harshness during the week, so I figured I'd let people punish me for a little while. So far, they're not doing so good, but how are you? Life says, and Dennis, you a moron, buddy. You legit had to insult me and call me a dummy, eating off of what some mods say instead of using your own words. Anytime someone has to use insults in an argument, they ed. Maybe English might be a good start to an argument, I'm thinking. Maybe grammar also. And he didn't insult you. He stated a factual fact. You are, in fact, a dummy, as evidenced by that sentence that I just read, that one long run-on sentence with no commas or punctuation of any kind to indicate your actual sarcasm. So, no, he didn't say anything that anybody else didn't say, and it wasn't because he was taking somebody else's words. It's because we all think that. But you understand that, right? We all think that. He's just saying the obvious, which is a matter of fact, factual, facty fact, literally. Not an insult, just a fact. And what you're referring to is an ad hominem attack. And it's not that someone insults you, it's that you have to resort to name calling because you have no other argument. And if you'll read up in Dennis's arguments, he has quite a storied argument for you to follow and catch up on, and then you'll understand that he's not arguing from a place of lack of anywhere to go in his argument. He just happens to agree with the conversation that we're both having, that you don't seem to understand the nexus or the end of. And Amanda says, so Life, you believe everything scientists tell you? Right, that's a good question. Scientists can't be wrong. Do you know that for about 2,500 years, the scientists thought that the sun revolved around the earth. It's called the heliocentric model. And until Copernicus, and shortly after Copernicus, they still thought that. In fact, they sentenced him to death because he changed the narrative. Eventually, they had to agree with him. It might have been too late, but they did agree with him eventually. That's just one example. Scientists put forth the Tuskegee experiment in Tuskegee, Alabama. You know anything about that? I bet you don't. Scientists said wear a mask to stop an airborne virus that's smaller than the holes in a mask. By a lot. Scientists said don't take a medicine that has been proven and won many awards to do the very thing that they were taking it for. Don't take that because this other thing that is unproven that nobody knows what the results of will be is much better. Scientists get things wrong a lot. By the very nature of science is to question what's in front of you. They often jump to conclusions that are incorrect and have to work backwards to the truth. They put out a hypothesis and then work backwards to the truth, eliminating everything they believe. See, it's a counterintuitive nature science is. You start with a hypothesis. You think something is true, and then you go searching for what backs that up or doesn't, and you eliminate, you falsify information. That's how science works, until you get down to the narrowest margin where there's nothing left to falsify, and whatever remains, however improbable, is the truth. Amanda says, hi, Patty. And Dennis Bigfoot says, you're going by what you are told to believe. Exactly. I'm not. Do you read? Apparently not, because they doesn't know anything about grammar. Amanda says, exactly, Dennis. It's funny how they tell you not to do your own research until it's time for them to lose an argument. And then they say, I'm only going by the research. It's funny how that works, isn't it? Patty says, hi, Miss Amanda. And Life says, being biased because y'all soft, y'all deleting my comments, but dude called me a dummy. He don't get deleted off the simple fact that he agrees with you. Low intelligence. That sentence screams low intelligence. Nobody's deleting your comments, you idiot. And nobody here's biased. This is a channel for free thought where everybody questions the narrative, which is why we're here. You're the guy that's doing the stuff you're accusing us of doing. Except for the deleting comments thing. That's only because you have a conspiratorial mind. Nobody cares enough about what you're saying to delete your comments. My hands are right here. Low intelligence. Really? Dennis says their footage looked like a video game for sure. Fact. Just because it was. Life says, a guy who can't spell called me dumb. Dude, you need to reread your own comments. Don't be accusing people of not being able to spell when you put sentences out like that. Amanda says, I did not delete any of your comments. YouTube does that. Well, if any of your comments got deleted, it was YouTube that did it, and it was because you said something you're not supposed to say, because YouTube is a censorious beast. I don't censor speech. YouTube does, though. I have no control over that, so don't be blaming me for your lack of ability to form a sentence that YouTube agrees with. And Amanda says, if you think I deleted one of your comments, rephrase it and rewrite it, and it will show up. Or put spaces in it or something that YouTube doesn't recognize as a flagged statement. Monkey Juice says, Dennis drinks the conspiracy Kool-Aid. Does he? I've had that Kool-Aid. It's not so bad. I prefer mine, though. You should drink my Kool-Aid. It's better. I'm on 2.5 hours past my quitting time to have this conversation, and nobody has even super chatted. Oil and Gas Man says Snickers is a better chocolate bar than Mars. I would have to agree with that. I like Snickers. It's a good snack, and it's not too sweet. It's just enough to get you full. I like the little ones, though. I don't like the big ones. When it comes to chocolate, I think a morsel is better than a lot. And Dennis says, nope, you do. Ha, 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 ha. And Life says, my question is, why would go against what millions of scientists say across the world and Google versus few free thinkers? There aren't millions of scientists to start with. Not ones that are notable anyway. Second of all, Google is a propaganda machine that you shouldn't trust for anything, even the weather. And third of all, I prefer free thinkers. I'll take a free thinker any day of the week over any scientist. And the answer to your question is, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you believe. I don't care who you listen to. I don't care how many millions of scientists you have in your back pocket. It doesn't matter to me, even a little bit. And Dennis says, try 40% of the world's population. Right. There's a big number of people that actually think the world is flat, and it's a lot bigger than you think it is, and a lot more prevalent. And the fact that you're dismissing it without giving it careful consideration, which is what this conversation is about, which you missed entirely. It's not about saying the world is flat. It's about considering why they think that. That's what started this conversation, considering why they think that. And it was about other things in the world. That's just a good case study for what we were talking about. So we got on this conversation, and then people like you drug it out for an hour and a half. So it's called a conversation. You ever had one before? Amanda says, because free thinkers are open-minded, not out just for one outcome. Right, that's called biased thinking. In other words, you're in an echo chamber where you're just repeating things that other people have said that you agree with. You're not actually considering the source of the material. You're not actually thinking. So a better term would be thinker, because if you're not a free thinker, you're not thinking. And Dennis says, not a few, most of them. And the scientists are not free thinkers. They're not allowed to be free thinkers. If they were free thinkers, they would get fired. Most scientists, especially the ones of note, which is the ones I'm referring to, work for companies whose interest is for them to discover the thing they're looking for, whatever that is. So it is not in their best interest to follow the evidence. It's in their best interest to eliminate anything that disagrees with the thing they're looking for, which in it of itself is biased, which means you get all kinds of skewed peer-reviewed research, because only people that are reviewing it are the people that agree with it. That's how that works. Peer review is nonsense. Anyway, I think you have a lot to learn about the world you live in. The scientists are part of the problem. Dennis says, go drink some more Kool-Aid. And Life says, Dennis, compared to all the scientists, they are a few, buddy, pipe down. Dennis has been here a whole lot longer than you have, and you will shut up before he does, I assure you of that. Don't be telling people what to do. This isn't the right place for that. You're a newcomer. Act like it. Monkey Juice says, LOL, Jake, my past 10 comments weren't to you. I was talking to people in chat. Too funny. Doesn't matter. I'm still going to read it. I read all the chats. And I'm going to comment on it because that's my job. I am reading it like you are saying it, or the way I interpret you to be saying it. So I didn't think it was to me, but if it was in the comments, I read it, and I made a comment on it. That's why you like being here, because I say what you think, or try to, which is where the funny part comes in. Have you not figured out how this works yet? And Amanda says, that's why I say who says it. Amanda says, no, they are out for what they study or believe in, not the actual truth. And Life says, Dennis, you actually don't have the brain capacity for a conversation like this with your low-level preschool intelligence jokes. What a nut job. How do you know what his brain capacity is? That's awful presumptuous of you as a newcomer to come in here telling people how smart they are. I don't think you understand what conversation, and this was quite the nice conversation until you got here. You're the one that screwed it up. You're the one that's interjecting ideas that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're the one pointing fingers and labeling things. No one else is. That's pretty low intelligence in my book. And Dennis says 40% of the world population is a lot more than a few scientists. True. And that's about 3 billion people. Billion with a B. There aren't millions of scientists, by the way. That's quite a low number of people in comparison. Amanda says, Life, say what you want, but be respectful or I will remove you. That's right. You can't just say anything you want. Free speech does not mean dumb speech. You can say anything you want, but be respectful about it, because speech has consequences. And if you say the wrong thing, you're going to get punched in the nose. Life says, so I should believe in someone who's open-minded versus someone who studies. Nobody said that. And I don't care what you believe. But if you want to learn something in the world, you better listen to people who actually do the studying, not the people who do the repeating. I don't think you understand what open-minded means. Your being biased dude called me a dummy. You've yet to warn him for not being respectful. You just mad because I'm making a lot of sense, or you would have warned Dennis as well. Well, first of all, Dennis has some leverage here because he is a old school viewer who's been here for a lot of years, which means he's been through many shows without showing his ass like you have in the first show you've showed up to do. So he has some leverage over you. Second of all, calling you a dummy is stating a thing that's a factual. Everyone thinks that. You're the only one that don't think that. Third of all, he's not being disrespectful. Referring to you as what you rightfully are is not disrespectful. Calling someone dummy who isn't a dummy, that's disrespectful. You see the difference? I doubt you do, but try and follow me here. If you are in fact a dummy, saying that you're a dummy is stating the obvious. If you are in fact not a dummy and have actually had good conversation, and then some idiot comes in and starts hollering dummy, 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 that's disrespectful. See the difference? It's slight, but there is a difference. Dennis, stop calling people dummies. Feel better? Amanda says, we study too, but with an open mind, not just stuck on one outcome. Right. That's called finding evidence to fit the outcome, not finding outcome to fit the evidence. Which you should be all for, since you like DEI and all of that nonsense. And, diversity hires. You like equal outcome. You should like finding the outcome that fits the evidence, not the other way around. And Dennis says, you believe what you want, bud. I ain't telling you what to believe. Right on. Nor am I. I don't care what you believe. Nobody's trying to convert you. And Amanda says, Dennis did not disrespect you. And Life says, calling me a dummy isn't disrespectful. Not if you are a dummy. No, it is stating the obvious, as I said earlier. And Dennis says, And Life says, I'm losing brain cells from this conversation. Well, buddy, I don't think you have to worry about anything. I really don't. I think you're in good hands. Because you don't have any to start with. Horrible mod. If you are going to mod everyone's behavior. This is pure childish. How are you telling my mods what to do? You don't run this show. You don't have any idea what's going on here. And Amanda says, bye. What are you doing still here? And dummy is not disrespectful, honestly. Okay, dummy, now I don't delete me because it's not disrespectful. What? If you don't stop being a child, I'm going to delete you. Not because of anything you said, but because of what you are not contributing to the conversation. And Monkey Juice says, I'm a dummy. I'm going to keep reading. Dennis says, you have mocked both Jake and me, and neither of us are crying about it. So, suck it up, Buttercup. Right on. And Life says, Dennis, I called you a nut job, and the mod got upset. Nobody's upset. So, WYM, neither of us are crying. It sounds like you're crying. Amanda says, wow. And Life says, smiley, smiley, smiley. I think Life is just a troll. Troll that's not getting anywhere. Dennis Bigfoot says, you're crying as I see it. Completely sidetracking on the debate, little buddy. Right? And Life says, every time y'all say some, I snap back, cause every second y'all contradict yourself. Your English astounds me. Dennis Bigfoot says, smiley, smiley, smiley. You know, just because you say a thing doesn't make it true. Everybody here who is an adult above the age of 10 knows how this conversation went. You just saying stuff does not make it true. And Dennis says, keep agreeing with yourself. You'll win for sure. Right on. Life says, completely sidetracking. You mentioned me crying and mentioned the mod crying, and I'm sidetracked? Well, you mentioned all of that, not him. I'm not a genius, but even I know when someone who spam emojis know they can say nothing back logic. That doesn't even make sense. I don't even know what you're saying anymore. Dennis says, no, it's quicker, boy. Oh, he called you a boy. And Amanda says, I didn't cry. I said my point. I don't care what you say in the chat, and you will not disrespect me at all, because you'll be out of here. You don't think she'll use that banhammer? You are wrong. And Patty says, I guess I'll ease on out of this. I just wanted to say hello and see y'all tomorrow at study. Love and from the volunteer state. Peace from the volunteer state. Well, Patty, I love you, sweetie, and I'm about out too. I'm just dealing with the nonsense. Have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow night. God bless you. And Amanda says, okay, Patty, see you tomorrow for politics. And Life says, it don't take a genius to know who's right in the situation, just because a bunch of dummies agree with one another. Bunch of dummies don't mean you're right. Remember, dummy isn't disrespectful. No, what I said was calling someone who is a dummy is not disrespectful. Calling someone who's not a dummy is disrespectful. You see the difference? You don't. So that ought to tell you something. Welcome to the end of a thought process where you realize you're the dummy. Amanda says, hi, Bean, welcome. And Bean says, name a horse breed for an edit. No. Dennis Bigfoot says, trigger. And Amanda says, dummy. An imitation, a copy, or a likeness of something used as a substitute, such as a mannequin or a crash test dummy. Well, that's one meaning of the word dummy. There's more than one. Dennis says, silver. Life says, simple debate that I'm winning in without even trying. It's easy to win a debate when you have no idea what the debate is and no one agrees with you and you're the only one doing the talking. It's easy to win a debate. If you were winning on merits, or if you were being judged on merits, you lost this debate about an hour ago. And you've only been here about 20 minutes. So Amanda says, you're arguing a moot point. Prove it's round or flat. You can't. And Dennis says, keep telling yourself that. I'm sure you're proud of yourself. And Dennis says, no. Nobody's speaking Spanish here. Life. Dennis Bigfoot says, exactly. Duh. You don't understand. Or don't you understand? Angela Ashkins, hello, darling. Long time no see. How you doing? She says, in the reality of it all, it doesn't matter if it is or it isn't. What matters is we all one with everything, including Earth. Amen, sister. If you're just joining the conversation, we started this conversation discussing the reason why certain people think certain things, such as the Earth being flat, and why they come to that conclusion, and why it's not as outlandish as we automatically assume it is, because they actually have a point. It's that they're thinking things through from the beginning, and you got to go through that to get to the answers. And all people have done that through the ages. And as we keep making people and time keeps going on and these things have not been solved, they're still going to question it. And some of them are nonsense, obviously, but there are ones out there that are genuinely looking for answers, and some of their answers are intriguing because the math works both ways, regardless of whether it's flat or round. It's the same math. And we delved into a conversation about that, and then people kept coming in thinking we were trying to prove the Earth was flat or that we're flat earthers and making fools of themselves. The smarter ones bowed out long ago when I made it clear that that's not what we were doing. The dumber ones keep going like they're trying to, upend the world by winning at this conversation, which isn't a debate. So that's what you're walking into, Angela. How are you, sweetheart? Welcome to Friday's end, Saturday's beginning. And Amanda says, well, last time I checked, we are speaking English, which is in the USA's official language now. Right on. And Dennis says, heart and smiley face. And Amanda says, hi, Angela. And Dennis says, and lying. Yeah, and they're lying. Amanda's heart says, Angela, and Dennis says, if you don't know what duh means, then you are unknowing, not me. Angela says, exactly. Damn it, my chat jumped again. Self-proclaimed genius who's still smoking cigarettes even though he knows that it causes cancer and his teeth is all messed up from it. Dude, My teeth are fine, and they're messed up from being plastic, not from being smoking. Second of all, I smoke cigarettes because I want to, and I know what the health risks are, and you don't know a thing about me. So, and also, I'm not self-professed. I didn't proclaim to be a genius. I said I am a genius, and I can prove it. I have the papers to prove it, which means someone else said that, not me. I actually think I've gotten dumber over the years because I'm old, but that's just me. But you don't know a thing about me, so quit trying to psychoanalyze me, because you are ill-prepared to do so. And Amanda says, I usually do, but I want Jake to see these comments. If I time him out, Jake can't read them. Dennis says, these guys. Angela says, modern medicine is going in the way of vibrations and frequencies. Amen. Isn't that funny how that works? All the way says, modern medicine is the reason we don't die at 35 on average. Not true. Good question, though. Good thought, but it ain't true. The only time we've ever died at 35 on average was during the Dark Ages when there was an overabundance of the plague running around. Most people have a lifespan between 70 and 120 years right up until relatively recently. Okay, I'm sure you know best. I know best for me and those who care to listen to me. I don't know best for everything because I don't know everything. But I know what I know. Oil and Gas Man says, life is too stupid to read, and he's 80% all over the chat. I know, right? Those who make the most noise usually are saying the least. Angela says, you project a lot, don't you, life? Yes. If you read any of his comments, you'll see it blatant and plain as day. Amanda says, there you go, talking about shit you know nothing about again. His teeth are perfect. LOL, dummy. Amanda says, okay, child. And Dennis says, you don't because you sound dumb. You do. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but nobody here's buying what you're selling. Go sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here. And Aya says, but does correlation equal causation? Not in most cases, no. What are you referring to exactly? Dennis says, you ain't spelled you, it's you, duh. Right, you don't spell you with one letter. Duh. And Dennis says, Hershey's garbage. Right on. I agree with that. Angela says, life, you vibrate lower than a snake. You will never find truth with your ego. Plan on coming back. Oil and Gas Man says, life, learn grammar. You got a loud, gay lib mouth, and it's a huge mouth. You have your Uncle Bob. Stuff it. Ooh. Ooh. Shots fired, Oil and Gas Man. That was disrespectful, and I'm going to allow it. Aya says, a lot of people are getting carried away with the conspiracy theories. There's no conspiracy theories being espoused here, Aya. You walked into the middle or the latter end of a conversation which had to do with thinking, not conspiracy theories. The fact that we used a subject that included a conspiracy does not mean that everybody here thinks that. We are discussing how thinking works. Not all that many secret cabals out there. Well, you'd be wrong about that. There are many secret cabals out there. I'm a member of one of them, so I know about at least one. So, there's that. You keep on living in your matrix. Reality might be a little hard for you to swallow. Dennis says, nope, they ain't. Tons of cabals. Lots of them, yes. He says, Dennis Bigfoot 𝕌𝕟𝕢𝕣𝕖. That's perfect. Why? Angela says, I'm thinking 22 fallen angels. Nice. Dennis says, yep. Well, I've seen him, so there's that. For one fact. Dennis says, and it's 200 fallen angels. My guess is about 200. It depends on what you're referring to, though. And Aya says, well, if the goal of the scientific work is to find a functional outcome, it's kind of hard to argue that they aren't following the science when the outcome is functional. That makes absolutely no sense at all. Science is not there to find a functional outcome. Science is there to find out whatever the evidence leads to, whether it be functional or otherwise. Whatever the evidence of whatever it is we're talking about. A plus B equals C. That's what science is for. The fact that people use it to find the outcome that they desire is a misuse of science. That's capital S science, not science proper. Real science is something you can test, observe, falsify, and repeat. If you can't do those four things, it's not science. Dennis says, how come they proved their theory of the Big Bang wrong then? That thing that's been shoved down our throats for the past 200 years? How come it's all of a sudden incorrect now? Because they came to the conclusion by way of following the evidence. It's no longer feasible to just assume something is the way it is because it fits your theory. When everything else starts breaking down, you have to look at the evidence. That's what science is. It's wrong by its very nature. Science starts out wrong and works its way into being right. That's how science works. That's why you shouldn't publish until you got to the right part. But everybody publishes when they come up with the theory, not when they solve the problem. The theory goes away. What's left is the truth. That's when you publish. That's why peer review sucks. Then it says, I read that one. Supposedly. And Aya says, observably. Observably? You observe the Big Bang or the fact that it's incorrect? How did you do that? Oil and Gas Man retracts. Too spicy, huh? Then it says they saw about 6 galaxies that should not have been there. Yeah, and the more they look, the more they see. And that's just proof that every time they get deeper, they find more stuff. Thus disproving their theory. Right on. Dennis, Angela says 1/3 of an unknown number of angels, 33.33, Mount Hermon, it's all connected. True, but it's not an unknown number of angels. In fact, a number is given. It's just a really big one, and it's hard to wrap your head around it. Dennis Bigfoot, smiley face. And Aya says, and how did they find those galaxies? It wasn't through science by chance, was it? Yeah, science proved itself wrong. Yeah, by science. That's exactly how science is supposed to work. That's what falsifying is called. That's why it's part of the process of science. You have a theory, then you test it, then you observe the test, and then you repeat the test. And if you get the same results as the first observation, then you falsify everything about it that you can. That means eliminate everything that don't make sense. And whatever is left over, however improbable, is the truth. Which ultimately will be that God created the universe and we're all an infinite projection of his love and glory, and we're all experiencing the universe in real time as we experience ourselves, and we're on a vibration plane towards happiness and the future of eternity in God's love. And that is the truth. And when they get there, they'll figure that out. And did they hide it from you? No, they can't hide it from me because I'm looking on my own. I don't need their proves or reproves or disproves. I see it for myself because I am a scientist. And when I want to know the answer to something, I go and search it until I find the answer. Period. Dennis says, supposedly, right on. Angela says, why would anyone think a galaxy shouldn't be where it is? They don't know how the laws and orders of the universe work. They know nothing. True. They think they do, though, which is the problem with most people, including me. Dennis Bigfoot says, my point is that it crushed their theory. It did. I didn't say I bought any of it. Right on. Aya says, all we know about the boundaries of our observable universe is what we can observe. No one knows the true underlying nature of the universe. Yeah, we do. There's actually a book that contains that information. The problem is they refuse to look at certain books because of bias. However, it's the oldest book in existence that all other literature stands on the back of. Why wouldn't you look there? It seems like that would be the first place you looked. Well, they did look and didn't like what they saw, so they went looking elsewhere and refused to look back. That's the problem. See, the world's older than you are. Time didn't start in the 2000s. It's been here for a while. So things have happened and have been recorded. Dennis says, I watch Star Trek, but I know that's fake. Especially the new stuff. Oil and Gas says, Amanda is a good mod. She respects freedom of speech, but she has to let it run sometimes to make sure. Respect, Amanda. Yeah, she does a good job. She keeps this thing tight and tidy and where I can flow through it as quickly and easily as possible. So I'm grateful, and everyone else should be. Aya says, well, I guess no one knows the truth other than Angela, LOL. No, she's just repeating what she read, too. Just her book has more authority. Dennis says, someone does know, so that's wrong. Yeah, somebody knows. And Amanda says, thank you, Oil. And Aya says, who, Dennis? And Angela says, I know a pinhead compared to what's to be known. Translation, the Venn diagram of what I know compared to what I don't know is a big circle. Dennis Bigfoot says, God for sure knows. Amen. Angela says, God is not someone, God is everything. Well, he is a physical person, too. He has a personality and a full-fledged character of himself. He is real, a person. But he is also in control of everything. And he is everything in that he created everything. But he was here before everything was here. So, and probably the angels, too. Well, that's possible. I don't know if the angels even know full of what God's plan is. I know Jesus said that no man knows, not even him, and he's the Son of God, so I would imagine if anybody of the spiritual plane knew, it would be him, and he didn't know. So I don't know if the angels know or not. This I do know, that angels were here when all of this was created, so at the very least they know the reason for it. They may not know what the end result will be, but they at least know the initial causality of what all things became. So they've been here a long time. John says, his English is worse than mine, dumbass. Right on. And then it says, that was boy as in man-child, right? And Aya says, maybe. I'm not convinced of God's existence. I hope it's true. Okay, Aya, this is where I have the authority because this is what I do for a living. Let me just ask you one little question. Have you really sat down and looked at a tree? I mean, really looked at it. A tree comes from a seed. It's the only way a tree can be put into the existence is from a seed, right? However, there is no biological or mythical expression of how a seed can evolve into existence. There is no material that evolves into materials that make a seed. And what a seed is a contained device that contains an exact copy of the tree it came from in its DNA, and that it produces that same tree like a clone when it grows. That means the seed had to come from a tree. There is no beginning point for a seed except a tree, which means that a tree had to have been here fully formed and ready to make a seed from the beginning. And that's exactly what the Bible says. Same thing with a chicken egg. Eggs don't evolve from lower organisms. Only a chicken can lay a chicken egg. It comes from a cloaca. It's made out of materials that come out of a chicken, and it cannot be produced in any other way. It is an irreducibly complex device that makes a chicken, which is a clone of the chicken it came from, with very few exceptions. So, that in and of itself proves creation. It had to be here that way. There is no other way that an egg comes from a chicken. That's the only way. There is absolutely no other way. Which means someone created it, because creations don't happen by themselves. Order cannot come from chaos unless it is derived from chaos, which means someone or something has to literally order chaos for it to happen. It won't happen by itself, not even in a long stretch. Not even in the longest stretch. Worlds would come and go before that ever happened, by accident. So there, in and of itself, the simplicity of those two things prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were created. And if that's true, then God did it. Now, you can argue till the cows come home about what God is or what that means, but the fact that he is there is 100% evident. There is no denying it. Any man or woman with two brain cells to rub together that can think at all has to admit that a creator is evident. It's in everything you see. Even the stuff you don't understand or are barely beginning to grasp with the knowledge that you have, the things that exist outside of you that you had no idea was even there, now you're beginning to see some of it. All of that is evidence that they were created. It is not random. There's nothing random. And the way I know that is because every single living thing on planet Earth requires another living thing for it to exist. It's a symbiotic relationship. Nothing is wasted. Everything on Earth needs something else on Earth to keep going. That's how you know. It is a system. It's not random. If it were random, there'd be at least one strange thing that doesn't belong with the rest of the things. And there's not. Not even a platypus. Even in context of abstract thought, a platypus, which is a combination of reptile and mammal and fish and everything else, makes perfect sense. And where it sits in the hierarchy of animals, it does make sense. So does a kangaroo, even though it seems like it's a random thing. It's not random. It's actually of the deer family, and it makes perfect sense compared to where they are in the world. Everything exclaims with 100% precision that God created it, or that it was created. There's no way to see it any other way. And if it was created, then God's real. Now, who is God? Well, You have to make a decision there. That's where your faith comes in. You have to decide what you believe God is. The fact that he exists, 100% real. No way to look at it any other way. Unless you're a moron, if you're thinking with real thoughts and you have actual wisdom to put ideas together, you can't deny that everything was created. It has to be that way. So, God created it. That's what we call God. Whatever force caused that is God. Now, who is God? What is God? You have to decide that. If you're a Muslim, you might decide he's Allah. If you're a Christian, you might decide he's Yahweh. However you go, that's your business. That's between you and God. I'd do some soul searching and figure it out. I'd really look into this Jesus character because he seems to be paramount in all things. And the evidence is wildly in his favor. So that's between you and God. But the fact that he exists, I hope I cleared that up. And I hope that you go and try to prove me wrong, because many, many hammers have been worn out on the anvil that is God. Angela says, when we finally are one with everything, we will remember everything. That I agree with too. We're put on this earth with a clean slate to make that decision, but once we go back to the Father, I believe we'll have memory of everything. Dennis says, well, that speaks for itself. Right on. And Aya says, I have to say, I find it kind of I find it kind of odd that you're skeptical about everything everyone tells you other than the existence of God. I'm not skeptical about anything. I know what I know. What are you referring to? The one conversation that you've been privy to with me and a moron? Yeah, I'm skeptical of what he said. I'm not skeptical of everything. I'm skeptical of things that don't make sense. I'm skeptical of things that aren't complete, that don't follow a trajectory, and those things make me skeptical. But I know what I know, and the existence of God is paramount. It's evident. There's no way to argue it. I've tried. Believe me, for 40 years I've tried. And Amanda says, Aya, you should join us on Sunday and Monday nights. We do Bible study, and God is absolutely real. Just look around. How did all of this get here? Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but yes, please do join us on Sunday and Monday at 8 and 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and delve into what you think might be about God. We'll explain some of it to you, and if you like it, you can keep looking. Aya says, I spent quite a bit of time reading the Bible, and I'd love for it to be true. It is true. And just because you read something doesn't mean that you got everything that was there. The funny thing about the Bible is it's probably the only book in existence that is pregnant with knowledge, which means every single time you read it, you glean something that you did not see before. Every time. I've been doing it for a long time, and I'm still seeing stuff I didn't see. I'm still getting information that I didn't get the first time. So please join us and let me have the opportunity to try and explain some of it to you and see if you come away with a different way of thinking afterwards. It only take about an hour. We start at 8 p.m. on Sunday. Come be with us. Hit that subscribe button. You'll get a notification when I show up. It's free. Dennis says, there are two possible ways it goes. We came from nothing, or there's a creator. No in-betweens. Yeah, well, there are two possibilities. Either there is a God, and he is in the authority and in control, and he loves us, and he created all things. Or there is no God, and all things are random, and things just happen. Both options are terrifying. Both of them. Amanda says, Aya, why don't you think God doesn't exist? And Angela says, nothing cannot create itself. God is everything. Dennis Bigfoot says, and believing is worshiping. Believing is worshiping it. Hyatt says, I don't necessarily think God doesn't exist. I'm just not convinced that he does. I just don't know what the true nature of the universe is. Well, I believe that you will discover at some point in your life that the true nature of the universe is love. That's the reason we're here. That's the reason all of this happened is for love. God loved. He wanted love in return. He created the universe with free will so that you could choose to love him of your own heart. Because if he just programmed you to do so, that's not love. That's a robot that doesn't have the benefits of love. When someone loves you genuinely, they love you for real because they want to. And that's the beautiful thing about love, which is why God created us, to love him. But he created the dark side, the evil, the wickedness, so that you could have a choice. You can go this way or you can go that way. Everything in the universe is a dichotomy. It can go either way. There are forks on every road in every direction in the universe. And the reason for that fork is free will. So you can choose to go this way or that way. You can choose yes or no, Coke or Pepsi, left or right, up or down, Democrat, Republic, all the way through the universe. That's how it is. Yin, yang. Look into it. You'll see that I'm right. Aya says, so these people think the earth is flat? No, nobody in here thinks that, I don't think. But do they think the other planets are round? Nobody knows because nobody's ever been to one of those planets. The only way you can see is a pinpoint in a telescope. No one can get a good look at those things. So we don't even know that they're planets. We just know that's what we're told. You mean think. But we think that, yes. We don't know that. There is a difference. Aya says, one flat planet in our solar system of round planets orbiting around sun. Well, you don't know that either. What do you see when you see the sun? You see a circular object in the sky that's very bright and hard to look at and will definitely kill you if you look at it too long or stand there too long. It's the reason for life. It is necessary for life. It provides life to the planet, but it also kind of will kill you. You have no idea whether that thing's round or not. You just know it's bright. All the images of it, though, are round, and they're much dimmer and easier to look at. So you tell me, the cartoonist got it right, or what is that thing? All right, I've got to go. My chat's jumping, and I don't have any more in me, so I'm going to skim through here real quick and see if there's anything of value to read other than pleasantries, and I'm just going to keep moving. Yeah, I'm already back up to halfway. There's no way I can get through this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all so much for your comments and questions tonight. It is 1:30, from 8:30 to 1:30, and I haven't had a nap yet, so I'm ready to go to bed. I don't even think I've eaten dinner yet. I can't remember. I love you guys so much. Thank you all, newcomers alike. 442 views tonight. Appreciate that. Please do hit that like button, subscribe, share, support, join. Super chats are available if you want to show a little bit of love. I do appreciate that. I got to go to bed now. I do have to get up and work. So have a great night. God bless you all. I will read through the comments tomorrow when I have a little more energy. And if there's anything of value in there, I'll respond to it in kind. I don't know. We'll see. But I love you guys. Thank you so much. Have a great night. God bless each and every one of you. I enjoyed this conversation immensely, even the argument parts. Have a good night, everybody. See you tomorrow night, 8:30, right here for Untethered Live Politics. And we'll see you then, and we'll pick up where we left off. How about that? Thanks for watching.